Добрый день, уважаемые участники, Ваше
Good
превосходительство.
afternoon or good morning, dear participants, your excellencies, the ambassadors. We're really happy to see you all at this event. And for starters, I would like to say a few words about the history of the Roundtable. And the governor of Tomsk Oblast, Sergei Zhivachkin, and EU Ambassador Marcus Eder held an online meeting in July this year and agreed to organize a roundtable to discuss how higher education system in Russia and the European Union member states have been adjusting to the new phenomenon of this international challenge, the new infection, COVID-19. The working group created for the preparation of this roundtable has already met 4 times, and I'm happy to note that the representatives of Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation joined the working group at a very early stage, and so did Deputy Minister, heads of departments, and representatives of the Department of Higher Education and International Relations. As a result, today we will have an opportunity to discuss our goals with representatives of 4 leading universities of the Russian Federation, including the rectors, 7 leading universities of Europe as well, and representatives of student associations, businesses, international scientific and educational cooperation organizations. In addition, today we'll listen to representatives of the European Commission and the European University Association. The discussion will be organized in 3 thematic areas: new challenges for education, academic mobility, and safe campus. And the goal of our event is to collect the best practices and discuss the solutions that can be used by authorities to develop national education policies during the pandemic. Dear colleagues, allow me to introduce Director of Department of Coordination of Higher Educational Institutions and Organizations of the Ministry of Science and Education of the Russian Federation, Natalia Trukhanovskaya. We are happy to see you, Natalia, and we are glad that you're participating in our work, and we really hope that any decisions made afterwards will be aimed to improve the quality of life of the academic community, student community, and the efficiency of their work and the liaisons with the government. Over to you. Ludmila Mikhailovna, dear colleagues, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say that I'm really happy to welcome all the participants in today's conference and today's meaningful global event on behalf of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation, and of course, on my own behalf. I think it's really important and meaningful for this topic to be discussed today at the global scale, because our education space is essentially single and global, and of course should function in an integrated system. And I think it's really important for us, through today's discussion and the serious preparation that we've had for the roundtable for a while now, are addressing and showing all the challenges that are relevant for all of us, illustrating that they need joint solutions or options for solutions, which will help preserve the integrity of our educational space that we've worked towards for a long while now. The Ministry of Science and Higher Education, together with the universities and professional university communities, has discussed and done a lot to enable the current educational results that we have. And by this, I mean building quality educational processes under the conditions of this year. And from the beginning, I would like to note that exactly the same discussion points that we're seeing on today's agenda have been in the center of our attention since the spring. and the importance of organizing high quality and safe educational processes for students, the importance of organizing proper work of professors, maintaining their health, and the importance of assuring that the everyday operations of campuses were recognized and reflected in the practices and the experiences of universities that we will see today and that we will discuss today. That being said, I think that another point for discussion has become relevant. Based on the practices that we have already worked out, we can select something for our future life, because something can be taken out of this and used not just here and now in these emergency conditions, but will ensure further development of our education systems and our common educational space. Thank you so much, and I wish our event prolific work. I wish us all good results, and I'm really happy that this event will be held today. Thank you so much, Ms. Agarodova.
Many thanks for your opening words on behalf of Minister Falkov and for your personal involvement in the preparation of this roundtable. We have today several hundred viewers, which are based all over Russia and the European Union. And I would like to encourage all of them to use the chat function to send comments and questions to the panelists. We will do our best to address these questions today and certainly reflect on them when drafting the conclusions and recommendations of this roundtable. Without further delay, I would like now to introduce His Excellency Markus Ederer, the Ambassador for the European Union in the Russian Federation. Markus, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear Vice Governor, Director, Excellency Geza, Directors and Vice Rectors, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this seminar, to this roundtable today, which we organized with the various stakeholders, the ministry, and of course, Tomsk University, Tomsk administration. Yesterday, we seem to have lost Minister Falkov and Governor Svachkin, which gives me the opportunity to wish them the best of health. As you know, higher education and research are among the areas where EU-Russia relations have developed most successfully, despite ups and downs in the overall relations, a very constant trajectory of good cooperation. And we have managed to involve many people over the decades through building academic partnerships, expanding opportunities for student and staff mobility. EU and Russian societies are provided with innumerable bridges to work, study, and train together. And these types of contacts have been, are, and should remain the bedrock of our relationship. The main instrument, and many of you know this, that the EU has in this regard, of course, is Erasmus+, which fosters modernization and internationalization of education. So the European Union deploys nearly 20 million euros a year for EU-Russia cooperation in this program alone. And this is not without an excellent return. You know, we have 130 partners across the world participating in Erasmus+, but Russia holds the first place. Russia holds the first place despite countries around like China and India with 10 times of Russia's population. I think this is something we can be proud of. So since 2015, there have been 23,000 Erasmus+ academic exchanges of students and staff. Russia has also been involved in 54 capacity building projects, supporting modernization and reform of the higher education sector in the country. And over 150 Jean Monnet projects were selected for implementation by Russian universities since 2014. It is really remarkable to see the high interest in the EU and our project, and passing knowledge about it to the younger generation. And in this context, I would particularly like to pay tribute to the EU information centers across Russia. Tomsk State University has one, and I want to thank Rector Eduard Galashinsky and Larisa Teriglazova for their excellent work and their partnership. In addition to that, we have what is called the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. And over the last years, 300 Russians have received it. I just saw off a group of Russian scholars going to Europe this year. And I hope they are already enjoying their studies in European universities and their time in Europe. But this brings us to our subject. In this respect, I must say, I regret that unfortunately, this freedom of movement during Corona times is not always the case for European students who have been accepted or returned for full-time studies in Russia. We hear that thousands of them are not able to enter the country. I deem it necessary that situations like these are dealt with on a reciprocal basis, but on the upper echelon of reciprocities. This means that the generosity displayed by EU member states should be reciprocated by Russia. Gesa von Geier, the German ambassador, knows that I have written a letter to Deputy Prime Minister Golikova in the name of all member states, and last talked to Deputy Foreign Minister Grushko about European students making it back to Russia for their studies. And I still insist that we have to open the way, and we are ready on our side to work together to find the most appropriate solutions. We do understand that COVID-19 has had its impact across practically all areas, including education. And the higher education sector, including international academic mobility, was hit hard. I have a daughter who is studying, who is enjoying remote courses, but enjoying it to a point. And this is, I think, why we're here, to see how we can best deal with the situation. So it's timely and useful that we gather here today to share our experiences and help each other find good solutions for what still remains a very difficult situation. And while we are somewhat encouraged by the promising results of COVID-19 vaccine trials, we should nonetheless stay alert, prepare for post-COVID, which would possibly, as the Vice Governor has said, not be the same as it was pre-COVID. And we should also prepare for new external shocks or even new pandemics, which forces us to think about how we best provide services to the students and to the staff of our universities in these difficult circumstances. So for that, I'm looking forward for the conclusions and recommendations proceeding from this roundtable. I'm sure that given the number and the excellence of the experts around the table, this would be an interesting and useful reading. I would like to thank all of those who have engaged in the organization of this, Tomsk Region Administration, the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation, relevant Russian universities, our colleagues in the delegation, but also in the German, Dutch, French, Finnish embassies, and of course, I would like to thank colleagues in the EU headquarters who have helped to make this a success. I would like to conclude by saying that our cooperation with Russia in the area of higher education will continue and is even likely to expand in the future with a new and the next Erasmus program. And I can tell you that the pandemic will not stop us. I wish all of you a successful day and interesting discussions. Thank you very much.
Уважаемый господин посол Евросоюза, уважаемый Маркус
Dear EU Ambassador, dear Marcus Thank you so much for the very idea of getting together at the round table and discussing the current situation in the education area in order to be prepared for the post-COVID reality. And thank you so much for your participation today, for your support to our participants. Our governor expressed deepest regrets for not being able to be here because he is ill, and I was authorized to read out his welcome speech for the roundtable participants. First of all, says Mr. Shvashkin, I would like to thank all the Russian and European participants for accepting the invitation to take part in this roundtable. I know that you're very busy people with hectic business schedules. Only a year ago, we all lived in a global world and were confident that we could go visit friends on vacation or study anywhere in the world at any time. But today, our opportunities for communication, new experiences, and knowledge are directly dependent on the place of residence and modern communication technologies. No one can say how long this will continue. It has already become clear that we need to learn to live in a new reality. I believe that this roundtable should be a positive step in the right direction. Despite the fact that the world has changed greatly over the past year, one thing has remained unchanged. Education is still one of the main factors that determine a person's social standing. As many of you will know, Tomsk is a major center of science and education in Russia. We educate students from other Russian regions and from 93 foreign countries. This means that people come here for a start in life. They believe that the education they receive in Tomsk will help them succeed in the future. I would very much like no pandemic. That the course of this discussion, we come closer to solutions and models that will let us adjust to the education system to the pandemic without lowering the quality of the product. For example, we are now designing a new campus for the big university in Tomsk, and we already understand that today we should take into account the realities of the pandemic, not only to teach, but also to build learning environment. Science and higher education are international in nature, and I'm really pleased that today we'll work together with our colleagues from the EU. Our education systems are, of course, different, as well as they are different among the EU states. However, we face a common large-scale challenge, so only together can we effectively overcome it. I'm also glad that representatives of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation and the European Commission have joined the roundtable and hope the results of today's discussion could be used in your work. Thank you again, and I hope that the next 3 hours will be very productive and interesting. So the governor is with us and he starts their participants.
Many thanks, Vice Governor. Please convey our best wishes for prompt recovery to the governor. Please also thank all your colleagues in Tomsk who have done a superb job in the preparation of today's event. It's now my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Ilya Andreas Angel, the Ambassador to the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, and good morning from here to all of you. And I join what has been said to all those who suffer illness today. We wish them all the best. So, Director, Vice Governor, Ambassador Eder, dear Marcos, dear students, I'm very glad that I can participate in the opening of this conference today. And preparing for that, I remembered a slogan that was used 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I used to work in Brussels for a few years. And at that time, the European institutions were working on a program called Lifelong Learning. And it proved so true. It's basically dominating our life. And during this pandemic, I think we face a catalyzing year for enhancing our understanding of learning, teaching, and in the end, working. So what we can do now and what we have to do and what we have to profit of this year is to readjust how in the post-corona world in I think 4 areas we should act. How we should readjust teaching, how we should readjust learning, how we should readjust investments in both, and how, maybe the most important, how international we wish to be. We should have a clear view on that. I think we have to more internationalize teaching, learning, and investments. My second remark goes back to a meeting I had with Minister Falkov this August. We discussed amongst others, the importance of exactly what we do today, of exchanging the best practices and solutions in research cooperation between our countries during the pandemic. We thought binationally, but as we do it today, to put it on a European level, even better, and it makes much more sense. So I'm very glad that colleagues from a few European countries and leading universities here in Russia come together. And it's great to be able to use the platform of the Tomsk region and Tomsk University for that. This is a great example to live this interconnection in the sphere of education amongst us. My third remark goes to the fact that the academic mobility might be a decisive factor for success in the future. If you look to the big challenges we all face in the globalized world, we know, and we know even more, that all those challenges will need global solutions. And those solutions will have to be prepared by research, which is globally interconnected. And for that, we need teaching, which is open to more and more international relations and international exchange. And we need studying in an interconnected world. And Markus Ederer mentioned the Erasmus program, which I consider as one of the best investments the European Union did, and we should continue and intensify. Maybe just one little figure how intense academic exchange is between some of our countries. If I may take mine, Germany, in the year 2019 alone, so during 1 year, 2019, 14,000 Russian students came to study to Germany. And in the other way round, there were a few thousand who came from Germany to Russia. And I explicitly want to join today Markus Ederer, my colleague, when he said that there is no reciprocity how we deal with this problem during the pandemia, unfortunately. I hope that out of the academia, the Russian academia, there are voices encouraging the responsibles to open up for that students can enjoy this kind of exchange in a reciprocal way, as we offer to continue staying in our countries, in Germany and in others, to Russian students. The other thing I would like to mention, again, bilateral, we have a German-Russian roadmap for the cooperation in education, science, research, and I very much hope that this roadmap will now take up elements of what is the headline of the meeting today, will deal with new models of educational progress and will energize all the discussions we can have and should have. So I will end it with this. A big thank you for the EU delegation and all others who co-organized this event. I wish all of those participating fruitful discussions and look very much forward to the results. Thank you very much.
Allow me to thank you so much, Your Excellency, Ambassador von Geyer, for your participation and your support, which are especially valuable in the Russian-German educational and research here. And we really appreciate your participation because Germany is a country where educational and research policies have been long established and have been developing well. Allow me, dear colleagues, to proceed with the opening of the first session. We are in for some interesting work, and I pass the floor to the moderators, Daria Kozlova, First Vice Rector of the ITMO University, and Kristi Lunka, Professor of Educational Psychology of University of Helsinki, Finland. I would also like to thank our rector, who will be one of the keynote speakers of this track, New Challenges for Educational Process, Eduard Galazhinsky, because it was his university that picked up the technological and organizational support of the roundtable. So I wish you, dear colleagues, all the best of success in this work, and we are listening patiently for your recommendations. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you so much, Ms. Agarodova, for passing the floor to me. My name is Daria Kozlova, and together with Kristi Lunka, Professor of University of Helsinki, we will moderate the first session today dedicated to new challenges in the educational process. We have 1 hour for the whole session. We'll have 2 keynote presentations and 7 expert interventions. So I will start by introducing the keynote speakers and experts. And at the end of the session, my colleague Kristi will summarize and draw some conclusions from the presentations and proposals. This morning, I was thinking how great it would be to feel the smell of coffee and meet all of our European partners in person, physically, and Russian partners, and so we could hug each other and meet in person. And I'm confident that when we have a conference next year, we will have it because the vaccine is just around the corner. Well, it's physically almost in our homes. We, the academic community, are, of course, already out of our comfort zone. We've been forced to introduce new technologies and analyze the experience that we've had, turn on our critical thinking. And we know for sure currently that it is from the new normal that we would like, what it is that we would like to take away from the new normal beyond 2020 and the new educational systems. Of course, our basic freedoms have been somewhat restricted due to restrictions of COVID, including mobility, but we found some toolkits that we will discuss, such as virtual academic mobility. If we look at the reports of universities worldwide, a lot of them report lowering of scientific productivity, but we will disagree because we've been benefiting from this time to finish all our scientific papers finally. And we've had competition coming from where we didn't expect it before. Every student on their computer right now has this Zoom window and Minecraft. So we have to compete with computer games. And in order to win this competition, of course, we have to be resourceful and we have to propose and offer new formats because we have to change without changing our essence. So with this, I would like to open up this session and announce our first keynote presentation. We have 2 of them. Of course, we'll hear from Eduard Galazhinsky, but first of all, I would like to pass the floor to Director for Policy Strategy and Evaluation of the European Commission, Mr. Stefan Hermans, because the European Commission recently announced 2 new strategic initiatives for developing the European higher education system. Of course, quality assurance in online format is pretty evident a challenge, and the quality of education has never been so transparent and accessible to assess for any member of academic community. And of course, we would like to hear the perspective of the European Commission on the digital transformation of education and development and support of quality assurance. We have 10 minutes for our first keynote report, and without further ado, I pass the floor to Mr. Hermans for his intervention.
Дарья Константиновна, господин Херманс испытывает проблемы со связью.
Ms. Kozlova, Mr. Hermans has connection problems, so I think it would make sense to give the floor to Mr. Galazhinsky while we are trying to connect Mr. Hermans, but I think the problem is on his side. That's why I like our academic environment. We're so flexible and dynamic. Of course, over to you, Mr. Galazhinsky. We'll be happy for you to open the session because the presentation prepared by the leading universities of Russia on the lessons of the pandemic is of great interest to all of us, and we understand that the universities have passed the stress test. And so over to you, present the takeaways and open the session. Thank you so much, Daria. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. I would like to introduce the results of vast analytical work and share some conclusions made by the rectors community in Russia, analyzing the results of the pandemic and the systemic changes that we've had since March in the education environment and landscape. Can we have the slides, please? The presentation was prepared by a group of rectors of Russian universities at the instructions of the minister. In March, when the system started the transition to blended education mode, that's the first slide, yes. Oh, I can click it, okay. Okay, so that was the title of our work. So back in March, the minister gathered a group of rectors together, asking us what was happening to the education system and whether we could promptly analyze the changes that occur and help the ministry take certain steps and measures based on the changing environment. So we prepared 2 reports, and I would like to share some of the results of this work. So we had 13 teams of leading universities of our country, and part of the rectors are actually here today. And this was our communication mode in Zoom. We gathered almost weekly, discussing the materials. And it must be said that this analytical work was very rigorously scientifically based. We had tens of thousands of polls with the students and professors, analyzed millions of social network accounts. And we have to say that the pandemic and this emergency mode for us bared the basic principles of our system. And based on this, I would like to share some intermediary results. The main thing is that we understood that having taken prompt measures based on this serious analytical work, our education system has prevented further spread of the coronavirus infection in the campuses, and the university system actually has 3 times lower infection rates than Russia-wide, even though it's around 700,000 students. And we can state that the Russian education system has passed the stress test. Over 80% of our establishments transitioned to the blended format of education, which means that over 1 million educational courses have been implemented in this online mode. It must also be noted that one of the serious effects of the current situation is the growing differentiation in the system. And that's a risk that we must be mindful of. Additionally, an important conclusion was based on the fact that the teachers have been overloaded tremendously, And some of them are still bearing a double burden and working very intensely. Despite this, over 100,000 professors have been retrained in digital technologies over this time. And the positive effect of this has been the market growth of digital competences of our professors. As students, an apparent conclusion for us is that students need a self-organization skills and the first and second educational attempts online were actually failing due to lack of efficiency in student self-teaching. And there was a growth of demand for tutorship. In some universities, some actually saw an exponential growth in the number of tutorship positions. And there was also a big demand for psychological support, which was one of the key trends in the educational system. It must also be noted that the current situation also revealed the problem of social insecurity and a lack of access to quality infrastructure of some categories of students and professors, which is one of the findings of the report. Digital infrastructure. I think for everyone, this challenge is obvious, even though universities had LMS, high quality use of digital tools was far from perfect. So for many educational institutions, efforts are focused on improving the use of such tools. And the new didactic, digital didactics is another topic, and our roundtable has for one of the goals comparing the approaches to digital didactics. Because as Ms. Kozlova said, the new normal implies not digitalizing the old processes, but rather forming new models and changing the basic educational processes based on brand new approaches. I think that tailored, individualized education today is our key priority, and analyzing the best practices in this area, of course, will be very useful to all of us. It must also be noted that it was horizontal communication and engagement of strong universities in networking that helped the system tackle the problems. And this situation is seen by us as a bifurcation point in which we can make the next step. And in our report, we offer very particular solutions for this. We prepared a list of recommendations in 10 lines of work, and you can see them on the right on this slide. The recommendations are structured into 4 groups. As universities, we recommend to ourselves some measures that we can already take today without waiting for any regulatory changes. And the measures can be broken down into strategic and prompt. The same goes for our recommendations to the regulator or the ministry. And you can see some examples of the measures that we propose. For instance, updating the competences of university professors. We recommend the digital volunteering systems. And at the strategic level for the regulator, we recommend creating programs of international and university-wide mobility. As to students, can you hear me well? Right. Okay. As to supporting student development, you can also see recommendations here. and development of a new digital didactic. I've been told I'm not heard too well. I'm sorry because I'm on a business trip to Moscow and I have to connect from another university. So maybe I have some connection problems, but dear colleagues, we will be happy to familiarize everybody who's interested with the results of our vast work, and we'll be happy to discuss the best practices that have been formed in our systems to cope with the current situation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Goloshinsky. Let me give it another try and connect our second keynote speaker, Professor Stefan Hermans.
I do hear you, and I can actually see you as well.
Wonderful. So the floor is yours.
All right.
You have your 10 minutes for key presentation.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm just experiencing now my upgrading of my digital skills, something we have been trying to improve, I think, all of us over the past period. But thank you very much for the invitation to contribute to this roundtable from the perspective of the European Commission. So our discussion today, it's digital, just as most of our education today. And last time I was in Moscow, we discussed in person the Monet activities and the cooperation between universities and professors and students from Russia and the EU member states on European affairs. This was a very enriching exchange, and it also helped us to continue to improve the funding opportunities the Erasmus Plus program has on offer. Ambassador Ederer already referred to the successful cooperation in the Erasmus Plus program in his welcoming words. The EU invests nearly 20 million euro a year for EU-Russia cooperation via the Erasmus Plus, mainly in higher education and youth areas. And among the 130 international partner countries participating in Erasmus Plus academic mobility projects, Russia holds the first place. Let me just repeat that. And I dare to think that this is something that makes Olga Olejnikova, the director of the Erasmus Plus office, very proud, and with reason. Our cooperation with Russia is expected to continue and even expand in the future, of course, subject to the ongoing negotiations of the next Erasmus Plus program. The Erasmus Plus 2021-2027 foresees indeed a bigger international opening and cooperation in higher education and youth areas, as well as vocational education and training, virtual exchanges, and sport. And on a personal note, if I may, in my own academic life, I experienced the value of working with students from all continents, and I've been very privileged to work with many brilliant Russian students. The reason we are online today in our discussion is to exchange on the impact of the COVID pandemic in higher education. The coronavirus turned our life upside down. It upset the normal pattern of teaching and learning, and it accelerated the use and development of tools we had heard of and most of us had only marginally used. It has been an amazing experience in thousands of universities to move so fast, nearly from one day to the next, from in-class teaching to a form of digital teaching. The interest of the student came first, and I think we have to be very grateful to all our universities for making that switch so rapidly. But we're also online here because we would like to know what the post-COVID really would look like. Indeed, our societies call upon us to help shape the new reality, to seize the opportunity to strengthen our education systems and prepare our students for the future. In the European Union alone, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected around 100 million learners and teachers. It tested not only the resilience of education and training systems across Europe, but also the well-being of our young people and teachers. And it increased inequalities among students. Tackling the effect of COVID-19 requires two phases: an immediate response, and I would say this is still a stage we are in, and the road to recovery, the stage we are preparing. First, let me share some elements of the immediate response. We were confronted with an extraordinary situation. Schools had to be closed, and it was crucial to minimize the disruption to learning. Education ministers in the EU started a series of exchanges never observed before. Sure, the decisions remain at national level, but the EU level exchange strengthened the national and regional decision-making. The European Commission also stepped up its actions. It set up dedicated online forums for member state representatives in school and higher education. Key questions included reopening of institutions, when, under which conditions, and how to organize partial closings if need be. How do we organize exams? How do we guarantee the quality assurance? What about pupils who are leaving secondary school and are ready to access university? On what conditions? How are we dealing with the increased student inequality? And how do we handle that? What about the well-being of the learners, but also of the professionals? What about the inclusion of disadvantaged learners? These were some of the topics that actually were heavily discussed with a view to provide guidance. And with the EU programs in which mobility is a main part, like the Erasmus Plus program, we also took measures to give maximum allowed flexibility to students and staff on mobility. Commissioner Gabriel also took the initiative to recuperate the unspent mobility money and redirect it by launching extraordinary calls under the Erasmus Plus cooperation partnerships. For instance, €100 million call to support distance learning through digital education readiness. The future of education and education's contribution to the recovery of Europe is at the very heart of this Commission's policy priorities. And on September the 30th this year, the Commission adopted two important policy papers, the European Education Area and the Digital Education Action Plan. They address both the immediate reaction to deal with COVID and the long-term structural challenges. And needless to say, our funding programs will play a role to implement these policies. The policy document on the European Education Area sets out the vision, the ambition, and the milestones to achieve a genuine European education area by 2025, open to the world. The Digital Education Action Plan is exactly what its title states, an action plan to improve both the digital infrastructure and digital skills. For higher education, the Commission proposed to build further on the European University Alliances, a setup consisting of bottom-up networks of higher education institutions across the EU, which will enable students to obtain a degree by combining studies in several EU countries. There are 41 such European Universities Alliances testing out different approaches right now. The Erasmus Plus European Universities Alliances are also supported by Horizon Europe for their research dimension. And several of those European Universities Alliances will team up with higher education institutions from third countries, from partner countries, and disseminate their best practices also outside Europe, thus yielding an indirect participation and benefit. To open up to all European universities, the objectives is the co-creation of a transformation agenda for higher education by the end of 2021. Let me give one concrete example of an upcoming action in 2021 for this transformative agenda. There is a need for short learning programs, which allow for upskilling, for reskilling, and thereby also opening additional educational paths for new groups of learners. But these short programs, they also need a format of recognition. And it is where a new action on so-called micro-credentials kicks in. This is one of the key topics for us for the next year. And it focuses on continuous learning, re- and upskilling, specialization, professionalization, and meeting both individuals and companies' needs. The Digital Education Action Plan 2021-2027 offers a new ambition on EU digital education, reflecting the lessons from the COVID-19 crisis and making digital education a strategic priority in achieving a Europe fit for the digital age. But policies will stay dead letter if there is not enough investment, nationally, but also at EU level. A new recovery and resilience facility of more than €500 billion will offer financial support for investments and reforms, including in relation to the green and digital transitions and the resilience of national economies. And clear education will be part of that effort. To conclude, yes, the education process is substantially changing, and we expect that the European education area in 2025 will look quite differently from the one today. However, many things will also still look similar. Children will go to school. Young adults will be eager to leave the home of their parents to study at a higher education institution. But however, what we will also see is that apart from classroom teaching, there will also be more blended learning, the use of digital learning tools as a complement, not a replacement of classroom teaching. New and more flexible ways of reskilling and upskilling, with particular tools of recognition. They are all expected to be part of the new normal. So let's work together. Let's learn from one another. And through our people-to-people contacts and funding programs, the cooperation between Russia and the EU member states will continue to play an important role. I thank you.
Stefan, thank you very much. Great that you could have joined us, and thank you very much for your vision. Я бы хотела сейчас без промедления передать слово
And
нашему
now, without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor to our experts for expressing their positions. And the first one is Isaac Fruman, Head of Institute of Education with the Higher School of Economics. For his reflections on self-determination, self-organization, and responsibility of students in these fun but difficult times. Thank you so much, Daria. Thank you, our Tomsk and European colleagues, for making this discussion possible. As Mr. Galazhinsky has said, we were actively involved in the preparation of this big report from the group of universities in Russia. And in this vein, we did a number of empirical studies, the results of which I would like to cover in a few words. Can you hear me well? Somebody wrote that. Okay. So, since the time is quite short for my intervention, I would like to highlight two topics which, as we think, must change the general policy of universities in the next few years. And the first objective, which has already been partially mentioned, is caring about the well-being of the students. We are used to thinking of ourselves as institutions that give students some useful skills. And I'm sure that, well, my European colleagues may not understand the joke, but back in the Soviet times, there was a student joke that went like this. It's better to leave a university with red face and blue diploma than blue face and red diploma. The meaning of the joke is that A graders get red letter diplomas, but they are not looking or feeling well. But you can finish the university in a fun way and still have a little bit worse of a diploma. But we never cared about what mental health our students would be graduating with. And now our studies show that today this stressful situation brought forward the difficulties that students are faced with, including psychological ones. A number of universities had to deploy counseling services, social services. And it seems, dear colleagues, that this task of, as they say in English, maintaining the well-being of students has become a function of universities in and of itself that must be reflected in the structure of universities and possibly in the funding of universities. And this brings me to my second brief statement. Of course, today, we're much more relying on the self-organization and independent learning of students. In March and May, we did 2 big studies with tens of thousands of students, but we also did a large qualitative study with student interviews that shows that they do recognize their inability to self-organize or plan, and they expect the university to render some support in shaping these skills. And we think that, as Jerome Brunner said, there must be a scaffolding. There must be some mechanisms of support for students, enabling them to work on their own and get feedback on the quality of their self-organization. This is becoming a priority, and we invite our Russian and foreign colleagues to join in the analysis of these new educational goals. Thank you. Thank you so much, Isaac. Since our colleague from the Helsinki University, the vice rector, is still connecting, for the next expert position, I would like to pass the floor to Alexander Fyodorov, rector of the Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University, to broaden the discussion and talk about the importance of intercultural communication of students in the area of pandemic of COVID. We're also excited to know about the summer school practices that you've used this year with the Baltic Federal University. Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So this morning when I was walking to work, I met a student in a large empty hall of our university, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I asked him why, and he said that he loses the meaning of life when he puts on a mask. We didn't have time to discuss exactly what he loses or what he gains, but in the next 3 minutes, I will try to present our own vision of what we have lost a lot with this pandemic crisis and what we gained. The first thing that we gained is a firm belief that individual education tracks that are becoming the buzzword for all universities must be replaced with group and life-relevant educational tracks. There is a subtle difference here, and we'll try to reflect the semantic by saying that, simply put, there are some educational things that students and professors not only can, but have to, but must carry out together. So we keep talking about the quality of education and about the usefulness of education in life, and we must ensure them through this educational process. All the events must be integrated properly into the educational process. And the next thing that I failed to mention to the student this morning and will mention to you instead is that we think that in the next decade, the priority should be given to cooperative networking educational programs And this cooperative effect can only be reached through joint efforts of many universities, as my European colleague has just mentioned. When talking about the goals of the EU by 2025 to create not just common area, but create the common logistics of student mobility for gaining their diplomas in various universities. I think we share this global goal. We read Johan Wissem's Third Generation University recently, and we recommend the book to everyone. It was published in 2009, and I don't think many things have changed since then. And the Third Generation University is still relevant. So what we can do, and what we had a pleasure to discuss with His Excellency Mr. Eder before the crisis when he visited our university, are some global endeavors that we have to undertake together, several countries and universities. And the third thing that I would like to say in conclusion is that we have new formats of educational events that will engage a multitude of universities in Russia, Europe, and the whole world. And we see it as a peak of internationalization and international cooperation. We started preparing for the anniversary of Immanuel Kant, and the great thinker will celebrate his 300th anniversary, which will give us a good occasion to hold joint educational events that could bring us to some kind of common point. And it's not worse than any other cooperation processes. It may actually be better. And concerning the summer schools, a good example could be shown through them, because many things have been frozen, but we've been working very actively in cross-border cooperation between Russia and the EU. This intergovernmental program just gave us a grant in the Poland-Russia segment to implement the events to commemorate the anniversary of Immanuel Kant. And together with our partner universities from abroad, we are making now the first steps to prepare for this all-Russian and Russian EU educational event. Thank you so much, Alexander. Indeed, every educational event counts. And that's the concept that we've been using to live and develop now. To continue our dialogue, I pass the floor to our European colleagues, and I invite here Mr. Philippe Morin, Head of International Affairs of École Normale Supérieure de Lyon. And together with him, I would like to touch upon teacher training and new technologies that we are forced to use and that we'll be using actively in the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Koslova. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So for my part, I would like to underline the spectacular acceleration in the use of digital tools for education caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenge we had to face and share some good practices that are emerging in our institutions. So last spring, within a few days, professors all over the world had to switch to distance education through online platforms. So we had to adapt, along with students, to many digital tools and develop new skills in a very short time. So broadcast live sessions, use of digital boards, build online quiz, or create blogs and forums. Another challenge has been to adapt the way to monitor students and sometimes deal with their lack of commitment. In the meantime, other issues had to be solved, such as limit of network infrastructures, student computer equipment, or high-speed internet access for all. So many accomplishments in such short period of time have shown us that change that has been so slow during the last decade was possible. Now, the challenge is to move towards real changes in pedagogical perspective rather than adapting the lessons to the tools that are made available. And beyond this take, there is huge opportunities. And we can already see many examples of good and innovative practices in our institutions. And I would just like to share 2 examples in the time we have. First is the development of new ways of interaction before and after the class, such as forums, blogs, online meetings, or one-on-one tutoring sessions that are very good ways to ensure close, personalized follow-up of students and to limit the dropouts. The class itself in this scheme is not anymore at the core of the exchange, but it's only a part of the process. Another example is the development of virtual exchanges between classes at the national and the international level through collaborative or cooperative projects. Those new modes of interaction between students act as catalysts for their development and their socialization. There are also excellent opportunities to promote intercultural exchange, to develop the feeling of global citizenship, and to fight against inequalities. So, in conclusion, my message will be that it is of utmost importance that the use of digital tools are used as a complement of traditional education, and they do not leave aside the social and cultural aspects of student development, because these aspects are at the heart of the educations. So last, we should keep in mind that nothing of this will be possible if we are unable to remove the barriers to connectivity and inequality issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you very much. And indeed, education is not in the classroom only, it is everywhere right now. Мне хотелось бы продолжить нашу дискуссию.
And now I would like to follow up in the discussion, transferring issues in the perspective of employers. So with Alexander Rudik, president of the Progress Foundation, with a simple practical question: what kind of university does an employer need? Good afternoon. Thank you, Daria. Thank you, dear colleagues. Let me hit the ground running here. So we are talking about employers and their demand for new talent. I will not speak from the perspective of scientific research, but rather focus on the training of new talent, which we are more interested in. So I'll cover this position. So the first thing that I can tell you is that there is a more pronounced demand for practical training of students and more prompt training of students. Previously, employers could hire some undercooked students and get them to the right condition in the office. But now this practice is much less spread because not all employers can afford and can spare the time to train students to readiness. Hence, the second trend that we see is increased competition between formal and informal education, especially when students have the opportunity to study online. And as my colleagues have mentioned, right now, university cannot provide the socio-cultural experiences. So it becomes less relevant, and companies and corporations start practicing their own corporate university training, or at least partial corporate university training, maybe some one-off courses. And of course, this competition is not in favor of universities because they're starting to lose the battle here. We've already seen the first precedents. Some big four companies have removed their hiring qualifications of university diplomas. The main thing for them right now is a skilled person, even without proof of formal education. And as far as I know from publications, Google this year launched their own bachelor programs, IT bachelors, in a year and a half. And this goes to say that there is an increased demand for prompt education, especially for very applicable applied professions. It's not just a one-off phenomenon, it's a trend. And the third thing is that the students themselves start pressuring universities for change. Because it's not a secret that starting the second or third year of their degree, students that have already chosen their professional track start working quite seriously. And if the university does not adjust accordingly to enable them to combine, these students start thinking, do I really need to finish my degree? Because the corporations can provide better practice-oriented courses such as Coursera, whatever else. And that's what we get. And the main conclusion is that universities have to change a lot in order to meet the demands of employers in the future. That's it for me, and I tried to make it in time. Thank you so much, Alexander. Indeed, we have been changing, and next I would like to pass the floor to Vice Rector of Haga Helia University, a very dynamically developing university that has been meeting the challenges, addressing the challenges that Alexander has mentioned, integrating into the new agenda. So Yoni Ahinen will talk on what data education is and how analytics help us understand what skills are in demand.
Connection in a way that I can't hear you, but I hope you can hear me.
We do hear you. Please start.
Somebody repeat if you are hearing my voice. I can.
Yes, we do hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my name is Jouni Ahonen. I'm working as a Vice President at the Haga-Helia University of Applied Sciences, which is a medium-sized business-oriented University of Applied Sciences with approximately 11,000 students, out of which we have 1,000 international degree students, representing 95 nationalities. And we're really proud of that, our cross-national or international student body. We are also one of the universities in Europe which has been selected to the European University Alliances called Ulysses. Russia has always been an important market for us. We have education cooperation, which means degree studies across the border, but also student and staff exchange and student recruitment. There are 3 points which I would like to make and contribute to this wonderful seminar of today. The first is the future working life skills. As we all know, in near future, learning and working will be even closer than ever before. And so we should think about what are those core competencies which are learned through formal education, and how to produce those skills that meet the working life needs. And that's extremely important for us as being a professional university. So we make use of the artificial intelligence, AI, and we use that for an AI-based analytics to optimize the future supply of higher education, so that we can match those the working life needs. We utilize those artificial intelligence on nationwide solutions for the development of graduate education. I think that's a great example of how you can use those computer and data-driven insights to ensure that the education at the university level is really up to date. This project, which we did in Finland 2 years ago, was selected one of the projects presented to European Union when Finland was chairman of the Union. So So where do we need those AI analytics and data-driven insights? That enables us to understand what skills are needed, because it's real time, it's now and in the near future. So that helps us to develop our curriculum and advise also the students on their course selection. So you can do that on the individual level. Each student can map their own competencies across the competencies needed in the industry and in the working life. So that gives us a competitive advantage also to be on time. We all should target clear admission criteria to degree student, and that's to degree education, and that's part of the educational reform. For then those who are selected and selected students, we all should provide learning, which is supported by those digital tools, but also the modern pedagogical guidance and counseling. It's obvious that the students in the future, they will need more guidance and counseling. As the programs are today, it's quite easy for the students just to follow the path which has been selected for them. So the common key competencies, which are the base, should be available to all students and with different approaches, meaning that the traditional full-time, we need part-time, we need multi-form, we need online, we need hybrid, and let the student to select which one they want. The most significant change brought by the educational reform are the cross-disciplinary study paths. And students, they plan their own personal study paths, and it's something different than what we used to call specialization, because these are really cross-disciplinary. For example, the study path of an ICT solution salesperson may include courses in ICT and communications technology, but also courses in sales. Whereas the study path, for example, for food and catering blogger may include courses in gastronomy and journalism. So let's think out of the box. The third point which I want to make is the partnership with companies. Traditionally, it has been the research, development, and innovation activities, but I think the companies and the partners should collaborate in educational reform as well, so that the learning in the future will take place in the real life cases. And it means that really the universities should open doors to the companies and to the partners. And that's benefiting the students, but also the partners, the companies, by giving them new ideas, giving them a workforce to implement new ideas. And I think that the partnership programs should be made formal, result-driven, which gives partnership visibility among the students and staff members, but at the same time gives them a possibility to develop their competencies and the competencies of their staff. One of the most successful module which we have provided is the work and study program, which puts together the company staff and the university in a really modern way. That was my short introduction to this topic. I'm happy to elaborate any of these ideas further with you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I see that Hanna Selman joined us. Hanna, do you want to take a floor right now? Can you join the discussion and share your perspective?
Thank you very much, and sorry for coming late. I had a technical problem, but it apparently is solved now.
It's wonderful. If you can join us for a 3-minute discussion would be great. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Vice Rector Hanna Snellman from Helsinki University, and so glad to be here. There are still many uncertainties concerning different higher education post-COVID scenarios. In comparison with other sectors in society, higher education has adjusted very well in the pandemic. It's a surprise to us, but that is true. This is the case in Finland, but also more broadly. In some ways, COVID-19 has created a heightened sense of urgency regarding issues like openness, transparency, and accessibility. Additionally, a clear sense of urgency for the use of science-based knowledge has been created. First, in Finnish higher education, studies-related output, credits and degrees has increased during the pandemic. This has been facilitated by many things, such as Finland having excellent internet infrastructure, actually all students having access to affordable and fast 4G connection with unlimited data. The significant shift in the past 10 years in the working culture among students and faculty members towards being constantly online. University teachers quickly realized the need for pedagogical changes. So this is a good news. But however, whereas the majority of students have adjusted well to the new reality, some students find it more difficult and require much extra support. As we know, well-functioning social networks, overall life situation, and self-management skills are essential for coping. Thirdly, the pace and scope of changing from face-to-face to online was tremendous and required immediate action. From here on out, a more refined and knowledge-based approach to online and hybrid teaching and learning models will be required. And a final note, our professor from the University of Helsinki, Kirsti Lonka, whom you know, her book, Phenomenal Learning from Finland, has just been published in Russian, and hopefully this helps us to deepen our knowledge on the topic discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and this is wonderful that you managed to join us. Я хотела бы перейти к нашему выступлению нашего завершающего.
I'd like to pass the floor to our final expert in this session and invite for a discussion Michael Hakim, a member of the board of the Association of European Businesses. With him, hopefully we'll have the time to discuss two matters. The first one concerning the need for modern universities to focus on green technologies, and the second on the perfect balance of technologies and business education. Where's the fine line in the interdisciplinarity? Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. So this year, after 30 years in this industry, I joined the Higher School of Economics as a practically oriented professor. Continuing my AEB activity, I, together with my colleagues, have analyzed what skills, well, to use the English word, are required by the industry. And let me dwell upon some aspects that I see as the most critical ones for the businesses and from the university perspective, as I'm seeing it. The first thing is consolidation of competences, building key competence centers. They must create ecosystems. There can be 1 million perfect courses. There can be 1,000 good schools. There must be hubs, centers that will cultivate some knowledge and some skills that will further be transferred. For instance, one of the perfect examples of centers is the St. Petersburg Polytechnical University, where IT and engineering are the key competences that are passed on to other institutions. The Higher School of Business of the Higher School of Economics is becoming one such hub because they're consolidating knowledge on strategy and operational efficiency. The next aspect is inclusivity. Competences need to be taken to the regions of the country. The federal level hubs must pass on their knowledge to the regions. In my previous position, I had some good experience with Kaliningrad, where together with Baltic Federal University, we created competencies together with Tomsk and Skoltech, creating a hub where we were able to train using best practices that are used in Europe, training good engineers. And speaking about business education, since my own background is in engineering, I can say that technologies have been changing very rapidly. The Internet 4.0 is a thing now, advanced manufacturing is a thing now, and the new technologies must be used and studied in business education already, not the other way around. There are many technical universities that are starting to learn business things, but I think that the best business schools must integrate technological disciplines for their students. And in this respect, I would like to dwell upon the green agenda a bit because it's a very big thing now, very important. And we need to be aware that the European position here is slightly different from the Russian one regarding the approach to green technologies. And I think that the role of higher educational institutions is to ensure that science and education could deal with this more deeply. They need to study the life cycles of various technologies and the impact of these technologies. And based on this science, we need to give education to the new generations of students. And the last thing that I would like to mention, something that Isaac has already mentioned, are skills. I think that so-called soft skills and creativity need to be developed. The students that I see come to me with great hard skills. They can calculate, they can compute, but they need to start thinking out of the box a bit. They need to get insights into the market and the criteria of choices. The rector of Baltic Federal University was talking about countries and universities, but I would like to add countries, universities, and businesses stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a great conclusion. And now let me pass the floor to my co-moderator, Kirsti Lonka, for summary remarks on our session. Kirsti.
Please switch on your microphone. Kirsti, your microphone is off. If you can.
Now it's time to unmute. Thank you very much for all these insightful presentations, and I will use just a couple of minutes to summarize, not repeating what people were saying. I think the key message of all these presentations was that there shall not be a new normal. We are going towards blended learning, hybrid learning, new AI solutions, and after the crisis is over, we have learned so much. We have made a huge digital leap in different countries, and collaborations with universities and outside world are going to be increasingly important, including companies. So private-public partnerships are going to be more important than ever, because our students need to learn the future skills and competencies they are going to need in their lives. And also scaffolding, helping students to learn these important competencies, and promoting their mental health is more important as well. It is funny paradox that in digital world, soft skills become more important than ever. Group work, networking, and collaboration shall come in the center, not only locally, but also globally. And interdisciplinary learning and broad-based competencies are best learned in project learning. In Finland, we already, starting from kindergarten, have phenomenon-based learning and interdisciplinary projects. I think it is important, and I'm so happy to attend because it appears that EU and Russian scholars are coming closer, and there is a wide exchange program. And for instance, my daughter, who was studying in St. Petersburg, could finish her studies after having to come home online and complete all studies. And I was so grateful that I could see this kind of studying free from time and space to come to reality. And this conference wouldn't have been possible without all this huge acceleration in our own learning curve. So something good came out of all this bad, and I hope that it will be sustainable. And let's continue our collaboration and meet each other and learn from each other. Thank you so much.
Большое спасибо, Кирси.
Thank you so much, Kirsi. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. We've tried our best to stick with the timing. And before I turn off my camera while staying to listen in on the next session, I would like to make a bridge to the next dialogue that we'll have, the academic mobility session, with the keynote speakers, Ivan Prostakov, Vice Rector for International Relations at Higher School of Economics, and Claudia Knaplu, Head of Scholarship Programs of DAAD. And I would like to introduce the moderators of the second session, Olga Oleynikova, Director of the National Erasmus Plus Office in Russia, and of course, Viktor Gaksharov, Director of Urals Federal University. Dear colleagues, I pass the virtual mic to you, and I wish you great and productive work. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, dear speakers and participants of the first session. Thank you so much, Daria. Distinguished colleagues, indeed, we will now be covering a very important topic relevant for any university, whether in Russia, in Europe, or in Asia, or even in Africa, the topic of academic mobility. We're all used to seeing some successes of globalization and the fact that our students and staff can travel worldwide, communicating with their colleagues. And of course, the pandemic damaged the traditional established mobility formats a lot. It is evident that we'll feel the consequences of the pandemic for a long time to come, not just negative ones, but also those that have yielded new mobility formats, which is why today we need to discuss the advantages of the new formats for students and professors, and in the context of forming and shaping joint values and the challenges that the students have been seeing, and the number of intakes of students dropping, and the opportunities of using virtual academic mobility, and in the ways in which virtual mobility contribute to resolving the issues with physical mobility, and exchange programs, and joint diplomas, joint degrees. And academic mobility programs, as we see it, can and must be seen as a stage of inter-university education in the process of creating joint degree programs. And of course, we must also talk about the prospects of implementing Erasmus Plus projects in the times of pandemic and afterwards. We also need to understand that a forced response to the challenges of time is virtual mobility, and according to the leading experts, it shouldn't be viewed as a temporary measure, but rather as a new tool of university internationalization. And virtual academic mobility, implemented by the leading Russian universities, such as the Higher School of Economics, to be covered today by Ivan Prostakov, has pushed us to revise and rethink the main parameters of academic mobility in general. And an important task for us to tackle together, and something to be talked about, is adjusting the regulatory framework on academic mobility in Russia and the EU member states to the new reality. Erasmus Plus initially is geared towards physical and not virtual mobility, which leaves uncovered the legal status of virtual mobility actors. So these and many other things related to mobility infrastructure are to be covered in this session. And now I give the floor to our keynote speaker, Vice Rector for International Relations of the Higher School of Economics, Ivan Prostakov, a person with huge experience of organizing international cooperation. Over 20 years, he's worked as a representative of the Russian Federation in Italy, in France, as a trade representative as well, and at the International Expo Bureau in Paris, and he's a master's degree from the Torino University. Over to you, Ivan, for your presentation. Let me remind you that every keynote speaker has up to 10 minutes.
Спасибо, Виктор Анатольевич.
Thank you so much, Victor. I'd like to thank the organizers of this roundtable a lot. I would like to thank the administration of the Tomsk region and Tomsk State University and our European colleagues for giving us an opportunity to see each other despite everything. We have many partners here, Russian and European alike. And indeed, this is a very good venue for us to meet after a long break and discuss these important problems. Academic mobility is, in fact, one of the probably key elements of educational cooperation between the Russian Federation and the European Union. Naturally, when preparing a presentation on this, I wanted to first and foremost envisage the scale of international cooperation and mobility that has been developing for long years now. Unfortunately, when we talk about sources, they are somewhat segregated and incomplete. I'm really grateful to Olga Aleynikova, head of the National Erasmus Plus office in Russia, who has provided some aggregated data, which I'm showing on this slide. And you can see that mobility, at least within the framework of Erasmus Plus programs, has been growing quite steadily over the past few years, both in terms of outgoing Russian students and in terms of incoming European ones. Likewise, the dynamic of exchange of, let's call it, adult mobility has been positive. Very visible is a gap between the numbers of Russian students leaving for Europe and European students coming to Russia. It's a serious issue in our relations, both at the level of EU versus Russia and at the level of university versus university. And when it comes to Russia, I think we need to think about the informational coverage that we have and that needs further work. Unfortunately, European youth harbor some negative stereotypes about Russia still. Secondly, we need to work on our academic offerings to make sure that Russian universities are more attractive to European students. If we go into more detail, like I said, unfortunately, there's not enough statistics to get a full picture of the exchange between Russia and the EU. And there are no disaggregated data. What I've found so far are some comparative data according to Erasmus Plus annual reports from 2016 and 2018. And that's only section KA 105, in which you see the outgoing and incoming flows of students between Russia and the EU. And the gap that I've mentioned between the outgoing and incoming mobility is visible here as well. And some interesting geographical breakdown for the countries of destination. The main destinations for Russian students, for many reasons, including the scale of universities and types of universities, are Germany, France, and Italy, even though, as you can see, there are also other countries in the top 5. And for European students coming to Russian universities, the breakdown by country is more or less the same. Again, that's only section KA 105, although possibly it could be extrapolated to the whole exchange situation. The leaders are Germany, Italy, and France again. And as a small illustration of the fact that the data we have on Erasmus are by far incomplete and require deeper studies, we can show you the example from the Higher School of Economics. It shows that there is some steady growth in exchange numbers and largely not even within the framework of Erasmus Plus, but rather on a bilateral inter-university or inter-departmental basis, including the double degree programs. The pandemic, of course, was a shock to mobility programs both in Russian and European universities, as well as globally. And in a number of cases, we had to urgently return our students and interrupt their mobility projects, including because of the closure of campuses and the fact that non-local students, foreign students, had to leave. Luckily, it's not the case with European states. However, visa issues and the need to urgently return a student and freeze their mobility program still occurred, and we had to promptly react to them, which inter alia created some financial expenses, and we developed a special program aimed at returning our students from abroad and helping our professors that had to forgo a number of their activities due to the crisis. However, alternative options sprang to life. Even before the COVID pandemic, the St. Petersburg campus hosted an interesting online student project with participation of our French partners, geared to tackle business issues, and it was still implemented in April and May. And this summer, after much thinking, we did launch our traditional summer school, even though on a smaller scale. It was still a success, with over 40 international students representing over 20 countries, very broad geography. And this enabled us to prepare to the fall semester and virtual mobility. And we understood that in Russian and many foreign universities, they would start learning offline, but we were aware that mobility will be seriously hampered. And given the previous experience, we developed special virtual mobility programs. And right now, our university has 60 European students in these programs who stay in their home universities, but do mobility through programs with the Higher School of Economics. Another 11 have actually come here, but still have to study online because, like practically every other Russian university, we have transitioned to the online mode. So what does this mean for us? First and foremost, the fact that we've already mastered virtual mobility as such as a tool, but we do not view it as only an emergency measure. By the way, unfortunately, many of our European partners expect the situation to normalize more and are prepared to work with virtual mobility less than we are. This is something that we noted. But we do need to think about using this experience after the situation does normalize, because virtual mobility gives you a number of advantages. It's safe, it's quite cheap, but not exactly free, because it does require certain support and certain costs, including for the development of special curricula for virtual mobility. It's more flexible and lean in terms of planning and time organization, but it has a number of disadvantages, including lack of immersion into new academic, cultural, and language environment, which is what, first and foremost, every student goes to another country or another university. There are also a number of technical limitations. Sometimes they are not decisive, but there are two important issues that we had to face in our transition to virtual mobility. First, the offer, the supply in this university is quite unbalanced. By far, not all the universities have been prompt in going online, and all courses are adapted to going online. And as Victor has already said, most importantly, we do not have the proper regulatory framework, neither in Europe nor in Russia. The status of virtual students is unregulated. There has not been a proper transition to the short-term mobility that might yet be developed further, semester term mobility, and there is no regulatory framework for this. The count of credits also raises a lot of questions. There are no mechanisms for financial support for online or blended mobility, because even though you don't have to spend much on accommodation and transport, there is still the cost of course support and the work of experts, because they need to interact additionally with the students and the staff of the host universities. And the main conclusion is that we need to use this experience to revise our view of mobility and expand the map of opportunities and the number of students that can be mobile using online tools. And in this respect, I would like to highlight that our universities are now preparing for the Strategic Academic Leadership Program, where international mobility will be one of the key indicators and tools of global promotion of our universities. It envisages the creation of consortia of Russian and European universities, and maybe for this purpose, we'll need to separately study the experience of Europe, where in some countries such programs have already been implemented. And this creation of consortia and attention to mobility, in my opinion, will enable us to improve and broaden the educational offer to European partners, to ensure that mobility develops further to a larger scale and maybe with a larger number of programs. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. Dear colleagues, please write your questions in the chat. I will be able to ask these questions to the speakers and the experts. And I'd like to give the floor to my co-moderator, Olga Oleynikova, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences and renowned specialist in professional education systems development in the EU and Russia, also head of the National Erasmus Plus office in Russia.
Спасибо большое, Виктор Анатольевич. Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Мне сегодня очень приятно, что про нашу программу Erasmus Plus говорим не мы, а говорят все остальные. Это говорит о чем? О том, что программа эффективна, программа популярна, программа действительно практически задевает каждый университет в Российской Федерации по тому или иному направлению. И очень приятно было сегодня слышать, что будущее у программы Erasmus+ будет. И я думаю, что на нашей секции мы тоже в конце чуть-чуть поговорим об этом. Но мне хотелось бы вам напомнить, что действительно мобильность в программе Erasmus+ очень большое значение имеет. В 1987 году программа Erasmus начиналась как раз с мобильности, поэтому более 30 лет уже эта программа осуществляет мобильность во многих странах мира, и, конечно же, это очень-очень успешный проект. Я хочу напомнить, что более 12 тысяч российских студентов и преподавателей и более 9 тысяч европейских студентов и преподавателей участвовали в мобильности в рамках Erasmus+. Это самое большое количество участвующих в мобильности из всех стран-партнеров Европейского Союза. И, конечно, мы гордимся такими результатами, хотя для нашей страны это все равно очень мало. Но, тем не менее, у нас есть еще и другие направления, в которые включена мобильность. Это, например, Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Degrees. И это эти консорциумы, которые создаются вместе с европейскими университетами, уже в общей сложности за этот период дали 270 стипендий нашим российским студентам, нашим российским молодым людям. И, конечно, эти результаты очень хороши, мы ими гордимся. Вот. И вообще на уровне Европейского Союза, конечно, сейчас вы сегодня уже слышали, есть инициативы, которые нам нужно будет обязательно изучить. И мы как офис тоже хотим разобраться в этом поподробнее. Вы знаете, что 2 исследования было проведено в Европе, где в период ковида с этой ситуацией столкнулись все внезапно, как они себя вели, как решали эти проблемы, опрашивали студентов, опрашивали преподавателей. И, конечно, большинство говорили о том, что это первый опыт онлайновой и дистанционной работы в целом. Все говорили, что даже если они использовали это до этого, все равно это не было так серьезно и так стабильно, как в этот период. Конечно, очень многие студенты, они скучают по очному общению, и это понятно. Преподаватели не были готовы к цифровому обучению. И, конечно, не все семьи имели то оборудование, которое необходимо было для работы в тех платформах, которые предоставляли вузы. Но, в принципе, все, кто был опрошен в Евросоюзе, сказали и уверены на 100%, что это очень долгосрочный эффект, который будет обязательно влиять на будущее образование и обучение. Исходя из этого, Еврокомиссия, вы сегодня слышали, разработала план действий по цифровизации образования, Digital Education Action Plan, а также Европейский хаб цифрового образования, который будет способствовать координации сотрудничества в рамках Европейского Союза, European Digital Education Hub. То есть очень многие вещи на уровне Европейского Союза уже были инициированы. Но надо сказать, что помимо вот этих многосторонних связей с Евросоюзом, и в частности в программе Erasmus+, у нас, конечно, очень хорошо развито двухстороннее сотрудничество. И на первом месте здесь, конечно, Германия. По количеству студентов, которые выезжают в Германию из нашей страны, конечно, эта страна лидирует и во всех направлениях международного сотрудничества. Поэтому я очень рада, что сегодня следующим спикером является Клаудио Кнабель, которая представляет очень известное агентство DADET, которое вы тоже все очень знаете, которые занимаются очень хорошо сотрудничеством и в Российской Федерации, и в других странах. Но самое главное, что это та организация, которая является крупнейшей в мире по организации мобильности студентов. Может быть, вы этого тоже не знали. Но мне кажется, что это очень важно знать, что DAAD — это наш основной стратегический партнер для многих университетов. И они также координируют программу Erasmus+ у себя в Германии. Клаудия Кнабель — человек, который давно уже работает в DAAD с 2002 года. Она сначала занималась связью с общественностью, и с ее участием была организована известная конференция в Берлине по Болонскому процессу в 2003 году, которая нам известна тем, что Россия вступила в Болонский процесс именно на этой конференции, подписав коммюнике берлинское именно в 2003 году. И вот отсюда у нас начались все изменения в сфере высшего образования. Мне бы хотелось, чтобы Клаудия Кнабель, которая является руководителем стипендиальных программ DAAD, рассказала об академической мобильности между Россией и Германии. И какова же, что ситуация с ковидом принесла, какие изменения принесла в деятельность этой организации и нашего двухстороннего сотрудничества. The floor is yours, Claudia.
Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, hello from Germany. To start with, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. It is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to be part of today's event. We meet in a virtual space, and that is exactly the topic we want to discuss and which we are discussing already. It is not surprising that the COVID pandemic has confronted the German Academic Exchange Service with major challenges which we are still working on. But over the last month, we have certainly taken a big step forward, not only in dealing with the crisis and making the necessary adjustments to our funding instruments. We are also seeing a little bit more clearly now as to how digital formats can support academic collaboration. But first, let's take a brief look at the status quo until COVID-19 of German-Russian activities in higher education supported by the DAAD. In 2019, we were able to support 1,200 Russian students in BA programs, more than 800 students at master's level, and nearly 400 doctoral students. On the German side, we granted scholarships to nearly 1,000 bachelor students, more than 300 on master level, and 70 doctoral students. I think it's fair to say that the DAAD-funded academic exchange between our two countries has so far been extensive. The COVID-19 pandemic suddenly changed the picture. Traveling in both directions was no longer possible. Attendance classes were suspended. Attendance classes were not held at most universities in Russia and Germany. Labs and libraries had to close. Exams had to be postponed. In response, DAAD granted additional study completion scholarships, but very sadly, some programs had to be suspended, namely our GO East summer and winter schools and our internship program, Doing Business in Russia. But now to our actual topic for today, the digital perspectives of international mobility. Here, however, I would like to take a broader view from German-Russian mobility to worldwide exchange funded by the DAAD. Before the pandemic, we had no funding instruments for replacing or supplementing physical mobility with digital formats of cooperation. With the onset of the crisis, the cessation of international travel, and the urgent need to create an alternative to physical mobility, all our funding bodies agreed to the temporary introduction of digital formats at short notice. The interesting question was to learn about how this offer was accepted by our scholarship holders. In general, one can say that so far the actual demand for virtual mobility funding is still relatively low among DAAD scholarship holders. Of course, it must be taken into account that all scholarship holders to whom digital offers are currently being made available have originally applied for physical stay abroad. Moreover, not all planned study or research projects can easily be replaced by digital formats. If we think about lab experiments, field research, access to collections and libraries, etc. In addition, factors such as gaining intercultural experience, improving language skills, the desire to travel, etc., naturally also play a very decisive role in the decision to go abroad. We took stock at the beginning of September and observed a different response to the digital offers among our German and international scholarship holders. And could we have my presentation now? It's only one slide. Yes, thanks very much. 85% of our international scholarship holders have decided to come to Germany for the winter semester. Only 1.8% have opted for a digital component. More than 10% wanted to postpone the stay in Germany, and only 2.4% have waived their scholarships. The picture is somewhat different for German scholarship holders. About 30% were planning to leave the country on schedule or had already left, whereas more than 20% were still undecided at the beginning of September. Almost 30% postponed the start of the scholarship in order to be able to complete a present stay abroad. 12% have waived the scholarship. Summing it up, with a total number of 8% and 2% respectively of scholarship holders who decided to start their studies online, the figures are still in a low range. So one can assume that a typical DAAD applicant continues to rely on physical mobility. In reverse, however, this does not mean that there is no demand for digital funding. As already mentioned before, our calls for proposals have so far only addressed a group of people who have made plans to participate in physical mobility. However, online offers can be used to set new funding priorities and reach new target groups. Let's think about students with children, the chronically ill, and students with disabilities or restrictions, but also about first-time academics. For all of them, the framework conditions and resources for a longer-term stay abroad are often difficult or just not ideal. Compared to other students, they are therefore often less mobile, cannot gain international learning experience, acquire degrees abroad, and thus find themselves often in a disadvantageous position on the labor market. So we assume that funding schemes for remote studies with shorter periods of attendance for examinations or intensive courses could be an interesting alternative for these groups of people. We are therefore working on adding a digital track to our standard scholarship programs for German and international students in the future. It is true, some aspects of human interaction, which are usually an important part of studies abroad, do not come into play in the virtual format. For example, getting to know each other personally, starting informal discussions, exploring networking opportunities, etc. But there are also great advantages. For example, an important reduction of costs, removal of visa barriers, and important as well, avoiding excessive traveling in view of climate change. In one specific field, the advantages of using digital instruments are already emerging very clearly to us. The language preparation can very easily be started online from home. And this is certainly something that we will keep in our toolbox. At the end, allow me a brief glimpse into the near future. In times of crisis and beyond, digital communication tools and virtual formats are a valuable addition and sometimes a valid alternative for physical mobility. In general, however, our scholarship holders do indeed want to enjoy the host country by fully immersing themselves in the intercultural experience. This is why we are making every effort to ensure that the physical German-Russian exchange does not come to a standstill. All our standard and special programs already are or will shortly be announced for 2021 and 2022. And even more than that, in the next few days, we will be announcing the Young Talents Program, a new program in the framework of the German-Russian Roadmap, designed for young researchers from the Russian Federation who are invited to spend research stays up to 9 months in Germany. Looking at the master level, we observe a significant rise of numbers, with applications from Russian students ramping up from a yearly average of 700 to over 1,000 applications in 2020. We were very glad to see this, and we would be extremely pleased if you could observe the physical exchange in large numbers again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Knabel. And before going to expert discussion, I'd like to address some comments in the chat. For instance, Vladimir Kungurov was saying that the main point of mobility is still the language and socio-cultural immersion, and usually partner universities are not prepared to go online. We do understand that the immersion is an important element of this experience, and maybe its most attractive part. But it's likely the main argument for restricted students or for students or for first-time travelers. But as I think, and as Ivan has mentioned, in today's pandemic times, the most important aspect of mobility is probably its substantial part. And it's especially important for the staff and academic staff. Even after the pandemic, when the borders open up and mobility opens up physically, part of our joint activities will still remain online because it's proved convenient and expanding the scale of interaction. Any research conference can be held now, not with a narrow number of participants, but online with practically the whole world watching. And our students have been happy to use these opportunities. And some research problems where they don't need a physical experiments or equipment can also be put online. It's just my opinion, but I think after the pandemic, we'll have some kind of blended format for academic mobility for our staff and researchers. But this, of course, is up to some debate. And one more question from Ms. Vestkina, who is saying, when will the terms of participation of Russian universities in Erasmus be known? And Olga will address this one. And another question, are they planning to create international university consortia modeled after Erasmus under the new Strategic Academic Leadership Program? Within this new academic strategic leadership program, networking and any consortia can be envisaged with the participation of both Russian and international partners. And there are good reasons and there are good indicators of success of any university that imply the use of the numbers of partner university students and staff engaged in the university's projects. And we can understand clearly that the consortium type of cooperation with our foreign European partners in particular is something to look forward to. Olga, I don't know if you'll address the terms of participation of
Давайте
Erasmus.
кратко отвечу, а
Let me
то
briefly
не
address
будет
this.
времени.
Yes, because we won't have
Вы
time for
сегодня
that.
слышали, да,
As you have heard
что
today,
Россия продолжает участвовать в новой
Russia
программе
continues
Erasmus+,
participating in the
которая
new
будет
Erasmus Plus
с
program
2021 года по 2027.
from 2021
Сейчас
to
уже финансирование
2027.
утверждено этой
The
программы.
funding has been approved.
В этом году будут
This
первые
year,
конкурсы этой
we'll see
программы
the first
на
calls
следующий год. Их
for
будет
the
только
next year,
они будут только по двум направлениям. По
and will be
направлению
on
Жан
two
Монне
lines of calls,
и по
Jean Monnet
направлению Erasmus Mundus Joint
and
Master
Erasmus
Degrees.
Mundus Joint
Вот
Master's
эти два
degrees.
направления будут
These
объявлены
two
конкурсы до конца этого года,
lines
то есть
will
до
have calls
середины декабря,
announced
это
until the
точно.
end of this year,
В
until
следующем
mid-December.
году мы
Next
готовимся
year,
к новому
we are
конкурсу,
preparing for a
который
new
будет
call
полномасштабно
that
раскрывать
will be
новую программу Erasmus Plus по всем
reflecting
направлениям.
the new Erasmus
Это capacity
Plus
building
for
in
the
higher
whole
education, как
range.
раньше у нас
Capacity
было.
building in higher education,
Это
as we had
credit
before,
mobility, international
credit
credit
mobility,
mobility. Это будет
international
также
credit
Жан
mobility,
Монне. Это
and
будет
Jean Monnet,
также Joint Master
as
Degrees
well as
Erasmus
joint
Mundus.
master degrees
И,
Erasmus Mundus,
вероятно, с очень большой
and
вероятностью
very
добавится
likely
профессиональное образование. В нашем понимании
vocational
это
education.
СПО. Поэтому
In
программа
our
будет расширена.
understanding, this
Условия
is
участия всех
secondary
стран в
vocational
этой
education,
программе и все
and
документы
we'll have
мы
expanded
ожидаем
participation for
где-то к
all
весне.
countries, and we
Как
expect all the
только
documents to
появятся
arrive
документы на
by
нашем сайте,
spring. As
сразу
soon
же
as we
будет
have them,
объявление,
we will
сразу же
announce
будет
everything on our
рассылка всех
website,
тех,
and
кто
we'll have
участвует в наших
newsletter
мероприятиях. И
for
мы
everybody
начинаем
who has subscribed to
семинары,
it through our events. We
тренинги,
will start seminars, and
вебинары
trainings,
и
webinars,
все такое, консультации,
and
как
all things
обычно мы
like that.
работаем с каждым
Consultations, as
конкурсом.
usual, we work with every call. Thank you, Olga, for this exhaustive question. And now I would like to give the floor to our first expert in this session, Vice Rector of University of Tyumen, Taisia Pogadaeva, who's not only responsible for education, but de facto responsible for the digital transformation of the university and the whole education process. It is to a large extent through her dedication that the Tyumen State University is now one of the leaders in the implementation of new digital methods of education and individualization of education in the Russian Federation, and has been very successful in enhancing global competitiveness in the 5-100 program for Russian universities. Thank you so much for commending my activities at the university so highly. I'm really happy to say this from our partner. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak at the roundtable. I would like to thank Tomsk State University for establishing this platform, because this kind of conversation is really important, and it is only through joint efforts that we can make new projects and give students education and give them opportunities, not only to care for them, as it is said, but also to give them tools for self-care and the acceptable formats for them. Under COVID-19, academic mobility has become a very pressing issue. The pandemic has hit this line of our work first and foremost. In our opinion, we have seen a sharp drop in academic mobility. Ivan has presented a very broad analytical report on how mobility was developing pre-COVID and what results we are seeing right now, including the Higher School of Economics as one of the leaders university, and has seen a vast drop in academic mobility. And Tyumen State University, as an example of Russian university, that is in the middle of West Siberia, and I can tell you that what we're seeing right now is in full line with all the trends that we've outlined so far. And I guess in terms of mobility reduction, we are seeing an even quicker trend because we are somewhat remote from the capital. And in the traditional sense, academic mobility has been frozen. If we look at our analytics, we can see that last year, for instance, The number of students that participated in mobility programs could be counted in dozens, but now, overall in mobility programs, but now we have only 4 people from the EU. We have 2. One went to Great Britain, one to the Netherlands, and the outgoing mobility ends here. Of course, we were able quite promptly to establish some programs of online mobility, due to which we were able to maintain incoming mobility above 0 at least. So let's say with the EU member states, in various formats, we have up to 30 people in exchange programs participating online in some modules. I'm not saying these are whole programs, but these are modules and blocks that are available online, hoping that in the spring semester, students will still be able to go offline in the traditional mode, go abroad, and get this cultural and social immersion that we've been mentioning. And not to speak too long, here are the 2 main aspects that we should probably work on. The first one being development of virtual mobility modules. I'm talking about modules, not whole curricula, because traditional academic mobility is about the most valuable thing of, placing oneself in a new such socio-cultural environment, not just, experiencing it, but acting in it productively, communicating in it effectively, and self-developing and benefiting from the situation. And online, of course, it's hard to imagine whether wholly or partially, which is why I think that we need to think of flexible educational programs when some part can go online, because in a situation like COVID-19, this is something that we need to expect as the new normal, and something can happen in the future, and we need to be prepared to engage students in these programs, while also keeping in mind that the immersion and the traditional format of going to another country or university have to be the mandatory elements of mobility programs, even though slightly reduced. And as Victor has rightly said, we prepared for this roundtable a long time, and he mentioned throughout the process that we needn't limit ourselves to international mobility only. New socio-cultural environment does not have to be abroad. I mean, even within the framework of one country, if you go to the university, that's great experience. That's some kind of great practice. And thanks to COVID, for better or worse, we now understand that we can receive new experiences without going too far, without going abroad. You can learn to place yourself in a new environment, even in a new university in your own country, and it's really valuable that we have good partnerships and we are willing to cooperate. And the second thing that I would like to draw your attention to is that the pandemic took us by surprise, and we had to go online quite swiftly, practically overnight, at least in Russian reality. On Sunday night, we got ministry instructions, and on a Monday morning, we had to go online. That was literally overnight, 12 hours. And of course, it's great that Russian universities, just like many others, have been able to tackle this and to ensure this transition. It took some time, but still we managed. But when we talk to students and professors, what we see is that we still are lacking the common norms and rules of working online. I think we need to think of ethical standards and norms of online education. And it's only through joint collective efforts from Russian, European universities, and reputable European organizations that we can really prepare some kind of maybe a memorandum or a standard describing how online educational actors should behave, which can help enhance the quality and effectiveness of the process and the standards of the process. Thank you so much, Lucy. You raised a very important issue indeed. We need some common understanding of how to do online education. Maybe we need some methodological recommendations and a joint definition of digital didactics, because online formats can exist not only between universities in one and the same country. We need to think internationally as well, and we need to agree on the rules of the game, and we can take this into account in our resolution based on the results of today's meeting.
Следующим участником нашей дискуссии с европейской стороны является Йозе Равенстейн из Нидерландов. Нидерланды — это тоже страна, в которой очень большое сотрудничество с российскими университетами. И Йозе представляет организацию НУФИК, которая в то же самое время является национальным агентством программы Erasmus+. Сама она является экспертом, очень известным в области мобильности, в области Болонского процесса. Надо сказать, что сейчас у нас вместе с этой командой реализуется проект, который называется Facilitating Bologna Tools. И наш офис тоже принимает участие в этом проекте, и мы проводим как раз сейчас семинары по мобильности с использованием инструментов Болонского процесса. И следующий такой семинар будет 3 декабря. Конечно же, все в режиме онлайн. Йозе, конечно, очень опытный, очень известный эксперт. И я бы очень хотела, чтобы она рассказала о ситуации в Нидерландах, как же университеты там справились с этой ситуацией, что можно, может быть, нам подчеркнуть и узнать нового. Пожалуйста, Йозе. The floor is yours, Йозе. Can't hear. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Microphone.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Olga, and thank you for organizing this great round table. And I recognize already many aspects in all the presentations before me. And okay, I will a little bit explain how the situation is in the Netherlands and how we look to things. And last week we did a survey as national agency on the impact of the outgoing Erasmus mobility. And we asked the higher education institutions some statistical data and some qualitative questions on how they cope with the situation of COVID-19 and the challenges and good practices in their institution. So I want to share some of these results. For this semester, 77% of the outgoing mobility was cancelled. And that was nearly the same for teachers and for staff. And around 10% of the mobility took place in a blended version or in a virtual mobility. So that was really a big decrease in our numbers. And for Russia, we have, for instance, planned for this year 44 incoming students, and only 3 came to the Netherlands in this semester. And for the second semester, we are a little bit more optimistic, because only 25% of the higher education don't have plans to send their students. And 50% of the higher education institutions are delaying the decision whether they send their students or not. And in the meanwhile, the Erasmus rules are now much more flexible. So as you know, we have now more the blended mobility, and we think with every day more positive news on the vaccine, maybe we can be hopeful about that the blended mobility will increase in the next semester. And that will, for instance, that students will go virtually or will go to the country or stay in the Netherlands and do virtually a part of their the courses in the Netherlands on distance, and then when it's safe that they move to and I think then especially European countries. But maybe I'm the only one who want to be hopeful, but everybody wants to be hopeful. So hopefully we can be there next semester. We also asked the higher education institutions some challenges, and yeah, our coordinators of mobility told us that the continuing change of situation, the policy of this institution, the change of destinations, and every student is an exception. And to support them in these difficult times, that was really hard. We as national agency, we were, by the way, very touched by the way our higher education institutions cope with the situation within the institution and within the COVID-19. For the teachers, and that's already been said, in fact, many teachers don't like teaching on distance so much at this moment. And also the students don't like it so much. And we experience here, at your higher education institution, experience a lack of motivation. Students and teaching staff need personal contact, experience really the learning and teaching experience. And they also have problems with guiding the few students from abroad who were in their classes. So how do you guide them on a distance? So that they really find that very challenging. For the students, one word is here, what came back constantly, and that was the word uncertainty. They have to wait for the decisions of their university. Some legal departments and some universities want to take more risks than others. And the sooner the university takes the decision whether they can go or not, yeah, it makes it easier for the students to change plans, and then they don't have the risks in delays for their study program. So that was one of the issues mentioned. And another word, uncertainty again. Our students, and that's already many before, other speakers already mentioned this, they want to wait for physical mobility. So do they change plans or do they wait for physical mobility? And what we see now, that on the near future, the expectation is that many of these students will wait for this future physical exchange. So, and then how are higher education institutions dealing then with so many students who want suddenly all together abroad? So this has an impact on selection of students. How do we need other mechanisms for selection at that moment? What does it mean also for the organization of mobility and also for the funding scheme? But fortunately, the Erasmus Mobility, we could extend our contracts with universities, so they can use the funding also on a later moment. So we won't have problems in the first year with fund these students. But we have to be prepare ourselves for maybe another wave of students who want to go for physical mobility before we have to rethink on other concepts. Good practices, we also ask them for good practices, and many institutions mention that the good cooperation with partner university is key here. It's very important. So invest now in this situation in your partner. So take initiatives to do together things like maybe informally organize pub quizzes, you know, so that is very informal, but then you do something together if you cannot do something, or organize things like share good practices on how you deal with the welfare of your students in the country, what for kind of concepts you have there. There was one institutions who organized buddy boxes, so that buddies can exchange boxes with national goods within it. And invest also in the near future to create together and think about virtual exchange programs or blended ideas. I think that now, so the sooner now the university takes the decision whether the students can go or not, then in the next semester, sooner the students can change their plans. I've said that already. And the third is that we also would like to ask to the European Commission to fund also the virtual component, the virtual mobility within Erasmus. So not only the blended, but also the virtual mobility, as long as the COVID situation exists, because that's very important also to continue, and that we don't have a disruption in our mobility actions. Okay, we all now rethink academic mobility. We are talking about new models, and I think the great question here is also what must be the learning outcomes, you know, of all these new formats we will have. So and of course the learning outcomes will probably be different after a physical mobility and then a virtual and blended mobility. So we think virtual and blended mobility is really, and our institution told us that it is really a good alternative and also an added value to the physical mobility, but rethink what are the questions? How do you want to prepare them? What will be the learning outcomes of all these versions? And maybe we should also think at another format like internationalization at home as an alternative for mobility. So then you can make use of the diversity in your class. And of course, this is not done from one day to another. You really have to internationalize your curriculum. But these are the formats we also must take into account when we rethink academic mobility. And my last remark is that NUFIC, the organization where I work for, did a survey last year on international competencies. So they searched the competencies around intercultural competencies, personal development, and international orientation. And they also did interviews with teachers why they think it's so important to do internationalization. So I will put the link of this survey into the chat. So maybe my institution and all of you can use these by rethinking all our new formats. Yeah, we have to rethink. And thank you very much, and everybody, good luck with this whole new vision on academic mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, José. Thank you very much for your interesting information. I'd like to add that there are many studies which were organized so as to show the positive impact of mobility in the development of certain skills of students, like interpersonal skills, even sometimes cognitive skills. And this topic is now really under research of many, many educators. And I would suggest all of you and recommend you just to read that paper about international competencies, which NUFIC has prepared. And it exists also 2 pages in English. And maybe we can put it in our website also. But if José will just give the access for the website, then it will be just very, very useful for us. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Виктор Анатольевич.
Thank you, Olga.
Я сейчас с удовольствием хотел бы предоставить слово представителю нашего университета-партнера, технического университета Дортмунда,
to give the floor
Tessa Flatten, которая
to
является
our partner university representative of the Technical University of Dortmund, Ms. Tessa Flatten, who is Vice Rector for International Relations there. Our university has been working quite successfully with this partner on energy-saving summer schools under personal patronage of Mr. Frank-Walter Steinmeier. And this project won the competition within the framework of the Year of German-Russian Educational Partnerships. Now, over to you, Ms. Flatten.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for giving me the chance to talk about 2 of our collaborative projects with Russia. So the first project I would like to talk about is the first Russian-German special research field, Transregio, together with Joffe Institute and St. Petersburg University in the field of physics. So this project is running for more than 5 years with roughly 60 senior researchers and 120 junior scientists working together in 22 project teams. They are highly productive. They have more than 200 publications. They have invited talks to, for example, the World Economic Forum in Davos. This work is based on years of experience and trust with more than 400 exchange visits with leisure activities like watching soccer games, Champions League, Zenit St. Petersburg versus Borussia Dortmund, or seminars on the physics of wine. And based on such a productive and very trustworthy network, it was possible to rather quickly respond to the challenges of COVID. So the teams came up with new solutions to bridge the gap until they can meet in person again. For example, they implemented digital rooms to discuss the results of their experiments. They implemented Zoom for seminars or conferences. Still, it's experimental research in physics. So it's rather a struggle to not do it in person and to not share your observations and results in person. But my point here is that strong, already established relationships like ours between different universities and countries, they can handle challenges like COVID and come out even more productive because people dare to use new digital formats. And I think this brought us closer together than we have been before. The other project that you already mentioned is the German-Russian Summer School. This is a 2-week exchange program for natural scientists and engineers on student level or on PhD level. And the program is highly interactive. It includes like company visits or workshops with our students and experts. And this program we had to cancel in this year, so we had to postpone our visit to Russia to the next year, unfortunately. But this is an outstanding program. And today I often hear discussions that short-term exchange is not necessary after COVID. And I would like to make a case that these outstanding short-term exchange programs are necessary to create a unique learning experience and network for young students and scientists, because those experiences will enable them to have such successful and trustworthy collaborations that we see in our special research field that I just presented. So therefore, I think the short-term programs, they should be nourished and adapted based on the learnings that we had during COVID in the pre and post-exchange phase. So our plans for the pre-exchange phase are to start getting people, bringing people together before they come to Germany or they go to Russia, like in digital formats, to start team building, include leisure activities online. For example, let them play together in escape rooms, solve puzzles, and bring them more together as a team and get them to know each other. Another format that we are currently doing at my chair is we teach our students from Germany the theory of culture, and then we team them up with students from the US and let them discuss their experience and examples of their country's specifics. For the post-exchange phase, I think we can use the new digital formats very specifically because we can keep relationships alive longer. So we need to create batches of students that can meet after they visited the country to build even stronger and more long-lasting alumni networks between the universities of our country. So these are the plans and experiences that my university has collected during COVID phase. And yeah, thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to discuss it.
Okay. Thank you, Tessa. Thank you very much. I know that we are over time already, but I'd like to ask a very short question to our keynote speakers, to Claudia and Ivan Valerievich. Can you give me a short answer? What will be the future of mobility after COVID? Just one word could be.
Who's first?
Окей? Иван Валерьевич, давайте вы. А, нет, Клаудия готова. Окей, Клаудия.
Claudia is ready.
I shall start.
Yes, yes, yes.
So a very quick answer. I'm really convinced
Совсем вкратце
that the mobility won't stop.
могу сказать, что уверена, что мобильность не прекратится.
During the crisis, and it will continue afterwards. But I think that we'll see more and more digital components. That's all. But we will stick to the physical mobility as well. Short enough? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Иван Валерьевич.
Ну, Клаудия сказала все совершенно.
Well, Claudia summarized it quite concisely. I can subscribe to every word of it. I can only add that thanks to the new tools, mobility will be yet broader, both geographically and in terms of the numbers of participants, which is great. But of course, we will never be able to do without real-life immersion into new academic and language environments.
Спасибо большое, Иван Валерьевич. Но время уже подошло к концу, и я бы хотела несколько выводов просто сделать по нашей секции, поскольку она хорошо, что у нас получилась немножечко интерактивная, потому что мы смогли хотя бы на вопросы ответить и поговорить, поскольку тема, конечно, очень прикладная. Итак, все мы уверены, что мобильность будет продолжаться. Все мы уверены, что академическая мобильность, она способствует конкурентоспособности университетов и повышает качество высшего образования. Об этом говорят и европейские эксперты, об этом говорят и российские эксперты. Какая будет мобильность? Физическая мобильность останется. Она будет в зависимости от условий, в которых мы будем жить. Но будут появляться и уже появляются новые форматы. И сейчас мы уже говорим о blended mobility, virtual mobility и blended virtual mobility. Вот эти три градации появились совсем как бы недавно у нас и стали уже апробироваться в наших университетах. Но здесь еще и возникает вопрос признания. Как это делать, через какие механизмы признания, когда обучение идет онлайн? Здесь говорится здесь еще надо говорить о качестве онлайн-обучения, которое тоже новые форматы должны предусматривать особые. Но в любом случае нам нужно проанализировать, какие виды онлайн-обучения являются самыми эффективными и в каких студентам более комфортно проходить периоды обучения за рубежом. Конечно, мы должны принимать участие, вернее, свое внимание также обращать на развитие различных международных компетенций, которые у нас формируются во время мобильности. Точно даже как и трансверсальных умений. Мы говорим о развитии цифровых умений и у преподавателей, и у студентов, да? И сегодня об этом упоминали каждый. Поэтому цифровая трансформация – это очень серьезная вещь, которая непосредственно должна касаться мобильности. И, в общем-то, очень многие спикеры сегодня и эксперты употребляли слово переосмысление, rethinking. То есть мне кажется, что это очень важная вещь, которую мы должны понять, что по-старому все не будет. Нам нужно осмыслить, нам нужно разработать, нам нужно создать какую-то рабочую группу, которая бы помогла Министерству образования разработать те самые документы, о которых говорил Виктор Анатольевич в самом начале, о котором говорил Иван Валерьевич, и Таисия Владимировна. И я думаю, что опыт наших европейских экспертов нам должен помочь. Я хочу поблагодарить всех за участие в этой сессии. Особенная благодарность, конечно, Виктору Анатольевичу, моему коллеге по этому делу. Я хочу поблагодарить Ивана Валерьевича и Клаудио как наших основных выступающих. Ну и, конечно же, наших экспертов, и Таисию Владимировну, и Тессу, и Йозе, всех тех, кто неравнодушен к теме академическая мобильность и которые готовы продолжать эту тему дальше.
about the topic of academic mobility.
Всего вам доброго.
And who
Теперь
are
мы
willing
переходим
to
к
take this
третьей
topic further.
сессии.
And now
И
we
третья
pass
сессия тоже
to the
очень
third
значимая, потому
session,
что тема этой сессии посвящена
which is
безопасному
also
кампусу.
very
Это как
relevant,
раз то, о чем мы очень мало
dedicated to
говорили
safe
раньше,
campus.
но все больше и
And this is
больше это
something that
возникает в
we
связи
have been
с
failing
современной
to address
ситуацией.
before, but
Поэтому я хочу
something that has
представить
been coming to the
кратко
foreground in the current situation.
ведущих
So let
этой,
me
модераторов
briefly
этой секции. Это
introduce the
уважаемая
moderators
Наталья
of the
Трунова из
session,
Центра Северо-Запад
distinguished Natalia
и
Trunova
профессор из
from the
университета
Northwest
Грёнингем, Нидерланды,
Center,
Кор
and
Вагнер.
Professor of Groningen,
Пожалуйста.
Netherlands, Cor Wagner. Thank you, Olga. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Natalia Trunova, and I represent the Center for Strategic Research in Moscow. Even though the Northwest Center was my affiliation for a long time, we are very pressed for time, and we will try to be very intense in our session, even though it's really exciting in its content, and it's an important aspect that received new angles in the current situation because safety matters has been discussed with maybe of those present here, at least Russian colleagues, for a long, long time now. You know, the zoning on campuses and what modern safety is, how new technologies enable to shape new safety space in universities. And then the pandemic hit, and we received this new aspect, the virological, and it came to the foreground. And for me, as an expert in urban spaces, the main thing is how various institutions respond to these challenges. Today, we will address different topics. First and foremost, how the universities have been responding, Russian ones and European ones. Our key speakers include Nikita Anisimov, Director of Far Eastern Federal University, and Thomas Westerman, Director for Governments, Funding and Public Policy Development of the European University Association. The next topic is how different cities and territories address the new challenges. And we'll have Sergei Salkutsan, Director General of St. Petersburg Foundation for Supporting Innovations and Youth Initiatives, and Elisa Tarvainen, Master of Pedagogical Sciences and Active Learning, COO in Finland. And the last block will be dedicated to students as they are experiencing themselves right now. Because in the first part of our discussion, we talked a lot about the changing formats, the changing experiences, and Isaac was saying that now it's high time to be concerned about the well-being of the students, of the people.
Небольших, очень кратких экспертных выступления. Это Вольфганг Мацнак, профессор Мюнхенской высшей школы музыки и театра. Да, Александра Соколова.
Alexandra Sokolova, representative in Russia of the Erasmus Mundus Association, and Irina Chelakhsaeva, student of the Digital Economy Master's Degree Program of the Tyumen State University. And now, over to my colleague who will be moderating the first block. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to address them from the chat. Thank you. Okay, we have a technical problem of sorts. Right then.
Yeah?
Oh. Okay, are you with us?
I'm with you. But do you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
We hear you.
So then I will give a very short introduction. I'm super happy to be here, however digitally. I hope next time we'll be there in real life. And I think, well, all of us, we have to try to come to terms with this little animal, this coronavirus, this little beauty from Wuhan. And first of all, I would, well, like draw your attention to some aspects of this little thing. And that is, well, the first thing that we should not forget is that it is very, very, very mild. It is not comparable to this huge catastrophe that we had during the Spanish flu that cost 15 million people their lives, in the prime of their lives, actually. We have nothing, it's not comparable to that at all. But even so, it is a complete disaster. And it is a disaster because it is capable of, well, shutting down the entire healthcare system. So we have to do something about that. We have to take some serious measures. What measures do we have to take? Well, one of the things that we have to come to terms with as well is that they are not medical at all. They are not medical at all. They are spatial. Actually, we do exactly the same that we have been doing for centuries. I'm going to give a lecture tomorrow at the HSE, and I will give some examples of what we did in the past. They are not medical, they are spatial. Well, for the time being, there is no alternative for all this. So we have to try to come to terms with all this. It is very crucial. What do we learn from this crisis? What do we learn from this crisis? What are our positive experiences? What are our negative experiences? And are we able and are we willing to invest lots of money in interventions that are there to stay for decades, whereas this virus is going to disappear with or without a vaccine? It is going to disappear. So I think what we are doing is, well, we prepare for the next pandemic. That one will surely come. It will probably be a lot worse than this one is. And what we are going to do today is, in this session, is we're going to try to find out what the consequences may be for our campus life. And now I give the floor back to Natalia, who then introduces the next speakers.
Так, Кор, спасибо большое.
Thank you, Kor. Without further ado, we'll pass the floor to Nikita Anisimov with the experience of the Far Eastern Federal University and what they can share with other universities. In your opinion, from the best practices that you've already established, what will you keep in our new normal life, hopefully, even though Kor has said that there are new viruses to be expected, so something will have to be retained definitely. Good evening, dear colleagues. I'm truly happy that the topic of one of our sessions is the safety of campuses, life on campuses, because in my opinion, this is the line of work that is most important for the development of university life. And I said good evening on purpose because it's 9 p.m. in Vladivostok. And the campus of our university that I'm showing on the screen is already lit up. There are 20,000 students there. And overall, according to UNESCO, the overall number of students is about 3% to the total population of the Earth. And of course, a large number of them are staying on campuses. In this respect, I would like to say that university campuses globally include hundreds of millions of most socially active people, and they are hubs of concentrations of idea, intellect, creativity, research thought, and technological thought. And the responsibility for the future of these young people is first and foremost borne by universities. For the past few years, quick development of online technologies and communications has changed the customary ways of life on campuses. And the pandemic of the coronavirus is already creating additional formats, implementing worldwide not only blended education, but virtual academic mobility, something that we were discussing just now. For instance, the Asia-Pacific region universities, the region in which we are located, have been very active in implementing these new formats. And we're already working quite actively with some Hong Kong universities and virtual academic mobility projects. This situation is, of course, based on the forced isolation of both students and professors. But I would like to say that de facto, we are seeing a change in the concept of campuses. The measures taken by the governments of our countries and heads of ministries and universities should be sufficient for overcoming short-term campus risks. The measures already implemented in the Russian Federation ensure the safety of stay and living of students on campuses and maintenance of financial stability for the campus and the university, which is really important. They facilitate the development of small businesses under the conditions of pandemic. For instance, the campus of the Far Eastern Federal University that I spearhead is probably the most modernized university campus in the Russian Federation. It is isolated on the Ruski Island, connected to the mainland by a bridge. It's a separate territory of 2 million square meters. Recently, by governmental decision, it was expanded with 3 more million square meters to build new dorms and new research centers of major corporations and some student buildings. But now for the 20,000 people of the university representing 74 countries of the world, we established the so-called observation chambers in 2 buildings of the university for those who have been in contact with the patients with coronavirus. We have a medical center at the university with high-tech functionalities, and our medical experts have been saying that in vast percentage of cases, if you even come into contact with a COVID patient, you will not contract it if you have stuck to the safety rules recommended by the government. So if you conduct qualitative analysis and comparative analysis with other university campuses, I'm sure that we'll be able to prove that proper university education and proper campus safety measures can make our establishments safe for proper educational processes. In our case, when campus university and the university are isolated on an island, that's especially relevant, because if the campus is downtown, the situation is different. The number of uncontrolled contacts increases exponentially. So for the second time this year, universities of Moscow and St. Petersburg and other cities in Russia have gone fully digital. And I would like to say that in this case, safety is not just an element of survival, but also some kind of competitive edge for the university, because I'm confident that in the future, our students and their parents will be choosing the universities in which the future of their children is safer. Let me give you another example, which is not related to the coronavirus, but is very illustrative in terms of campus safety. Several days ago, there was an ice rain in the city of Vladivostok, creating an emergency. And for the past 6 days, the government of the Russian Federation has been dealing with the consequences. The city is partially unpowered. People do not have heat in their households. But in our university campus and buildings, we have not seen any problem. They are modern. And we invited the students and professors who live in the city to move to our campus. And we underline, therefore, the safety of staying on campus and the adherence to all the measures in this emergency situation. And this is one of the competitive advantages of the university. And I think this is a strategic line of ensuring safety of citizens of the Russian Federation and foreign citizens staying at our university. Let me stress that already now, the call center of our university has received a lot of applications from the professors and students who are appealing to the university as a guarantor of stability of the university community and ask for help in various ways, such as creating study rooms in dorms or counseling in several foreign languages, such as Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. They also call for a big group of digital volunteers among the students of the university. And let me stress that the universities that cannot meet the needs lose the trust of students overall and lose the trust of staff and are seen as unsafe. Therefore, we're seeing a change in the model of campuses. And in the long term, we are forecasting an outflux of students and professors from unsafe campuses. The following risks apply to universities: physical unpreparedness to the new teaching formats, lack of methodological or psychological support on campus in crisis situations such as coronavirus, and a general devaluation of the role of campus when a big generation of intellectuals moves online. Safety is not viewed as merely a physical good. There is also the virtual mental component, the psychological component of safety that dominates now. The Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the UN are also integrated into this whole line of thinking. In the 21st century, everybody, including universities, must view their life activities through the lens of sustainable goals. The additional turbulence caused by the coronavirus infection only enhances the relevance of all this, requiring for large-scale revision of whole strategies of campus development and creation of new virtual communication spaces and multilingual counseling support services and means of technical control of safety of stay on campus, maximum digitalization of all the services, and many other aspects. The universities that are too slow to change risk joining their business partners that are falling out of the loop. We need to remember that the life cycle of companies on the market these days does not go beyond 10 years. Tempora mutantur and nos mutamus innis. The times are changing and we're changing with them, as they say in Latin. Let me briefly summarize. Today, as always, universities, campuses have been centers of competition for the minds and aspiration of millions of young people. They are basically centers of international competition. And this competition has now shed the shackles of physical borders and gone offline. Trust, to a large extent right now, is built on safety and is becoming a critical factor in the selection of a form of education, the campus, and a very particular educational program. Access to information is possible from any point of the world right now, and scientific groups have become truly trans-border, which is why going digital for university campuses questions the conventional logic of campuses, despite the big investments into the buildings, brick and mortar infrastructure, and the staff that can go beyond billions of dollars annually. Even in the spring semesters, when the students of many Russian universities build in Minecraft precise replicas of university campuses, they are now demanding for these digital campuses to be used for their real studies, and they're becoming real helpers to their professors in creating study groups that imitate full presence without leaving their house, even for lab activities. And this is something that I would like to stress. The coronavirus is just a means that catalyzes safety of campuses as a key factor for Russian universities. Since I'm short for time, I would like to already thank everybody for their attention. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikita, for this truly informative intervention. The points that you made are really interesting, in that this isolated campuses, off-city campuses, got a competitive edge during the pandemic. Even though we know that part of Russian universities and the majority of European universities are downtown ones, they are integrated into the urban space. Hopefully we'll hear from them as well, and they will tell us what they consider their own competitive advantages. In particular, we have representatives of St. Petersburg. That's hopefully a bridge to your intervention in this respect. And the second matter is what campuses will look like in the light of big influence of digital formats. As our previous speakers have said, part of the educational process will never be back offline, but the most essential part that is probably really stressed right now due to online formats will have to go back offline. So what will this part be? And what will the requirements to the new campuses be? These matters we also consider very relevant. I now pass the floor to our next presenter, Thomas Esterman, who will address the same issues that the response of European universities to COVID and the overall requirements that maybe exist for them, or maybe every university has room for maneuver to experiment with their own safety requirements. So Thomas, over to you.
Thank you very much first of all, for inviting me. It's a great pleasure and honor to participate in this digital roundtable. And I will go straight into what I want to share with you is 2 points basically on what are already the trends on campus management prior to COVID-19, and to explain a little bit how this also is going to develop in the future. As we've heard from several speakers before, the current crisis is just one, and what we're going to see in terms of developing the campus is certainly going to be much more long-term and also needs to require a strategy. Just a few words about EUA. We are the largest organization representing universities in Europe. We have over 840 members based in 48 countries. So we also have members in Russia, and I'm very happy to see basically almost all of them also participating in this event. And we're doing a lot of work on the whole university mission, on learning, teaching, and research and innovation, but also on the framework conditions. And from this work that we will do on the framework conditions, I will present to you the essentials. If you want to get more details, you also have the links in the presentation, which I assume will be shared. Now, the campus, as I said at the beginning, has already been evolving before the coronavirus crisis, and what was clearly evident is that digitalization has played already a very strong role. We've also seen that there have been, within the last 10 years, changing needs of learners and staff as well. We have growing demands for sustainability. The Sustainable Development Goals have been mentioned in presentations previously to mine. And we also see a much closer link to the local economy and the local innovation ecosystem. All of these new demands, on the other hand, have been accompanied in many cases with a lack of investment in the infrastructure in the campus. So this is certainly a challenge that will accompany us in the future. Just to highlight 7 trends in campus management, we've seen several universities using high quality facilities and services to attract students and staff. So this is also something that can differentiate you from others. We have seen smarter use of space and space optimization tools, shared space, open offices, hot desking. Third trend that we've seen is a much more co-creative campus design. So this is also more adapting to the different needs of the different stakeholders and actors within the university. We've seen the use of smart tools, just to name one, learning analytics, where you can also identify the use of libraries and other facilities and adapt accordingly. Greening, I've already mentioned this. Several universities are taking a lot of efforts to adapt to become more energy efficient and in general more sustainable and socially responsible, and that has an impact on the campus as well. And we also see, and this is certainly going to become more important in the future, shared services and joint use of infrastructure. That means your university or institution is not using the all facilities only for itself, but sort of cooperating in the use with others. Now, these are the trends and the common challenges now that have been posed by COVID-19. We've already heard it in previous presentations. The changing sanitary situation and constantly changing public health requirements are difficult. And this is important, I think, to acknowledge this. This is not something that stays the same, but it's constantly changing. So when we follow this also among our membership, basically every country changes from one week to the other, the rules and regulations, and that is a huge challenge. So it is not that even you have to adapt to the crisis situation, but it's evolving all the time. That means also that institutions need to have a constantly adapting scenario planning. We have also space reorganizations towards a hybrid campus. We have seen limited access to campus services and declining income from services offered on the campus. Now, what's the impact on the campus management plans? We have seen that from our survey that we did before our biannual funding forum, which is a huge event bringing together the university community on funding, and you can see the majority there says a shift to the blended campus and higher investment in digital infrastructure are on the top priorities. And this is also been confirmed by our public funding observatory, where we surveyed data from 29 European higher education systems. And you can see on this slide the expectations and the future expectations of funding in the next 2 years is to a large degree that several sources are going down. At the same time, you have a huge need in investment in digital infrastructure and also in staff training, which was also obvious in, I think, in the first panel, that these things are very important. And this is going to become quite a challenge. In my second part, I want to show just a couple of examples how universities have dealt with some of the coronavirus challenges, adapting to either having the campus open. So the University of Liège has sort of done weekly testing with self-sampling kits. That was one measure to allow them to keep the campus open. The Vienna University of Economics and Business also had a strategic plan on how they can actually reduce the spread of the virus.
Thomas, sorry to interrupt, but
yes,
nobody can see your slide. Oh. So if you, I don't know why it's still stuck on slide 1. So we can move to the right slide. That would be nice. Thank you.
Okay, that's strange. But maybe someone else can share my screen. Then I'm on slide number 12. I stop sharing now. The other thing is, to me, it shows as if it would move on.
Then continue because it's a technical problem. We'll share your presentation afterwards for sure.
Okay. I don't know. Can you see the slide now? Okay, good. So sorry about. Okay, maybe there's something, if I move to full screen, that it doesn't show. So I'm with showing a couple of examples now of how institutions are adapting to the challenges. And another example is from the University College Dublin, where they had planned the return to campus. So this is also something where they had a very strategic plan. And they've also to get everyone, staff and students involved to be really prepared when coming back to campus. So it's also the preparation that is very important in order to make it a success. Another important part is the what the university sector has done. So it's not just individual universities, but also university associations. So some of our members, like Universities UK, have done a lot of work together with their institutions, and particularly also to look at the safety, health, and well-being. Also something that has been mentioned before, or to coordinate communication also with the governments to be also prepared for when measures are changing. So these were some examples. So what we can see clearly, the Corona crisis has amplified several of the trends, such as digitalization and sustainability, that will certainly coming up again. You've heard maybe in the first panel also from the colleague from the European Commission, Stefan Hermans, who mentioned a huge European funding package, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and that is also something where this is strongly aiming at sustainability and the green transition. So here, this is also something where universities will play a strong role, and that will also have an impact on the campus. Clear, the campus will gain on strategic importance. I would say it is a top priority also for institutional leaders. As we've heard also in this session, that the campus-based experience remains at the core of the student pathway. So while obviously there's a much stronger use of digital and hybrid learning through enhanced technology, the campus experience will stay there. What does this mean also in terms of just two messages also for policymakers that we have? There is a need for sufficient and sustainable investment in university infrastructure, also to support the digital and green development. This will not happening without sufficient funding, and with the pressures that we are facing in the future on public funding, this is certainly a key danger to not invest sufficiently in the campus. Secondly, institutions need, in several cases, a greater institutional autonomy, be it that they can use internal allocation more flexibly, or that they can use the property in a more flexible way, also to be able to really lead the campus transformation themselves. Finally, to some conclusions on key points for actions for institutional leaders. This, as I said, is a really leadership priority for the next phase, and how to make strategic decisions, how to reconfigure the campus, not just to the current challenges, but what is going to remain. And that is certainly clear that we will need to have a campus that is adaptable to the different needs, to other crises being coming up. And we also, this is another trend that we have been seeing, universities need to adapt their campus also to the efficiency and effectiveness strategies. So how do you cooperate? How do you share different facilities of your campuses? How do you engage others in developing this? So this is a very strong priority for the future. And last but not least, you also need to develop as institutional leaders the adaptation for economically viable on-campus services. So all of that either is a high cost or also as a potential income, you will probably need to look at a new form after COVID-19. So this is what I wanted to share. I'm sorry that the slides didn't show up at the beginning, but I hope that the slides, when they will be shared, that you can also get some more information. And I have the links also to the several reports that I've mentioned there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Well, I think these were two excellent presentations. There were no questions in the chat. I can try to boil down some things of the conversation. And I think what we face now, well, there are a few very fundamental questions, I think, and they will also pop up in the next session. Does the diminished social interaction that we have now destroy the type of campus, the type of interaction, the type of synergy that make campuses into hubs of social energy? I think that as Nikita is a bit worried about that, and we want to try to prevent that. Or can design and organizational methods prevent this dehydration from the campus as a social and intellectual hub? These are the two poles that more or less frame the discussion about this campus life in the eve or wake of this pandemic situation that we have now. And I also think that the main question is, that is one thing that we have witnessed during the last few months, how to prevent social isolation of our students, but also of our members of staff. Social isolation is a recipe for catastrophe. It is a recipe for catastrophe in terms of health, mental health, physical health, but of course also in terms of the efficiency of what we do as scholars in terms of research and education. And these issues are crucial for the next phase of campus life. And Thomas also mentioned in passing more or less, campus life is not isolated from society. It should be closely connected to society, socially, culturally, economically, in many, many ways. And that is also a design challenge. I don't think we have a lot of time to discuss all these issues. Maybe the two presenters want to add something to what I just said. If not, we continue to the next block. We talk about campuses. We will discuss the same issues, I think, in a different setting. And the first presenter in this first expert block is Sergei Salgutsan. I undoubtedly pronounced the name completely wrong, but probably Sergei knows who I am referring to.
Все правильно.
So I give the floor to you. You are a bit frozen at this point. It's a bit of, well, I don't hear a lot. Is this a general problem? Do we have a problem with the sound?
Yes, I can feel the same, yeah.
Okay. Then we have instability of the internet connection, probably. There is not a lot we can do about that. What should we do? Shall we try anyways? Natalia, what shall we do?
Да, Сергей.
Давайте попробуем. Прошу прощения.
Yes, colleagues, I apologize for difficulties with connection. We'll probably have strong winds again, and I hope that you can hear me now. Yes, I can hear you. Okay. I will say a few words in just the main points about the project that we've launched in St. Petersburg, Clean Campus Project. It was launched back this spring in the very beginning of the pandemic at the initiative of the government of St. Petersburg. And it went through various phases, taking us to different levels. In spring, we were mostly talking and gathering analytics about the technical solutions of transitioning of educational institutions online and how to do it right, how to structure it correctly. And schools were more important at that point for us because universities were quicker about that. While later, at the next stage, all the educational institutions had to think about what next, because everybody had to go on campus in the autumn, which made them think about campus safety, which brought us to sort of a mentorship on safety standards for campuses, both university and school campuses. We did a lot of analytical work and we did working groups, including with the ministry. There was a dedicated working group incorporating representatives of some universities that are with us today. And our goal was to gather analytics on the best practices and standards in safety to create some kind of model safe campus standard. And we were aware that safety was not just about the pandemic and the spread of COVID-19, but also, just like in any other industry, when we talk about nuclear energy, for instance, and you get a precedent and then you get a standard. So we get a precedent of COVID-19. How will it be reflected in the standards of university activities? And as a model, we took the Peter the Great Polytechnical University, which was our pilot ground. And during the summer and autumn, we worked on testing the standards, making them available on the website of the university to the university staff, students, and third parties. It's not just about COVID, but also about sustainability, efficiency, campus safety, and human terms. And that was the second stage of our project. And now it's been implemented in basic tools through the website of the university and our foundation. And the third stage is that we need to implement everything that we've developed. And here we are faced with another problem. And it's not about the technicalities, but about the human factor. Most students are not always quite on board, and we did polls, and together with the Northwest Center, we did a large-scale poll of students and professors called COVID literacy, trying to gauge how much they understand the instructions and rules that we give them. And it seems that 30% still think that doing nasal flushings is the best means against COVID. And most people still want to go to the clinic when they get fever, despite all the recommendations to stay at home. And on campus, we see that when going through checkpoints, students will put their mask on, and then once they step outside of it, they just take the masks off. So it's just for show. We understand that it's the human factor, and we need to work with the students and with the professors. So we envisaged another set of measures, such as mathematical and behavioral modeling of how viruses spread inside campuses and how the work of campuses can be reorganized, make them safe, as safe as possible. And the students got on board with this, and we developed a number of solutions, not just for our university, but for the model university that we piloted things on, and for a number of schools where we reformed the modes of operation of canteens and of all the other services that could affect the spread of the virus. So even though it was piloted in spring, we understand that this has to go on because apart from the current pandemic, we just need to create safe campuses in broader terms. And that's what I wanted to tell you.
I have to be here. Thank you, Sergei. It was a super interesting presentation. And time-wise, we are always a bit worried about everything. So we go straight away to Elise Tarvainen, and then we come back to both of you with a few questions. So I give the floor to Elise Tarvainen.
Thank you so much, and so lovely.
Yeah.
You can hear me well, right?
Yes.
Super. So good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you all are safe and in a good health as well. So I come from ISKU Center, and basically it's a quite unique constellation of tens of companies, of course, ISKU headquarters, as well as 2 universities. So here in this discussion, I'm more a representative of a quite unique and modern learning and innovation ecosystem. And our experiences are very much reflecting not only the Finnish pedagogies and campus development, but also of how different stakeholders can come together and what challenges you need to tackle. And especially now in these times that are shaded by COVID, we have really faced many challenges all over, and especially in this kind of a setting. And in this very short comment of mine, to the wonderful keynote presentations, thanks for those. I'm going to hopefully raise more questions than give answers, and I would like to put it into a nutshell with 2 remarks, and then 2 quite underused solutions as well. And firstly, what I want to emphasize that when we are talking of education and campus development, as Thomas was emphasizing, we need to go down to Maslow's hierarchy and the basic need of safety. And in that sense, I feel that this very slot of the roundtable discussions is one of the most essential ones. And it's not only about the facility management, but campus development overall, where we need to combine also the desired outcomes and the curricula into the development, as the campuses, they are just the physical frame for the educational processes, and they are the platform for innovations. So how the pedagogy-driven design overall can be taken into consideration. However, remembering that safety is the priority number 1. Driving all of our development and decisions. And on the other hand, the second remark is related to the meta-analysis conducted by World Bank 2 years ago, and it showed very clearly that 16% of the variation in academic achievement can be explained by the physical characteristics of learning environments. And if that's the case, and if believe it in it, so why wouldn't we do those actions that really can enhance not only the well-being, but also at the same time academic achievements? And with these 2 remarks, basically coming back to the 2 solutions that we have been recently working on here in Finland wider, and also with our own learning ecosystem as well, is that we have been exploring how to rethink the existing facilities. Most of the facilities, they were designed before March 2020, so before COVID. And now we are living the times where we need to see our facilities through new lenses. And what we have learned is that the minor changes, they can make major difference what comes to safe campuses. And it's about the furnishing solutions, it's about flexibilities, it's about ergonomic choices overall, and considering all spaces, every single square meter as a learning space. And the second solution that we recently have been discovering is that we need to go to the world of invisible. So we are living the times of viruses, and when microbes matter, the materials make difference. And therefore, we have developed the antimicrobial solutions for the high-touch surfaces, and especially those shared spaces where there are flow of people. And recently, we have refurbished quite many campuses, offices, schools here in Finland with antimicrobial touch surfaces, and we are making, and of course the independent research institutions as well are making independent studies of now see the longitudinal impact of that. And with these 2 remarks, I think that we are quite keen on moving forward when it comes to campus development overall to make safer campuses. And thinking of the time of COVID, I think this paying more focus on materials and antimicrobial solutions could offer us some additional tools as well. So that's briefly of comments to the keynotes and hopefully to add something to the discussion from our side as well.
Thank you, Elisa. I think that was a perfect, very short presentation, and you had some very interesting things to say. You also mentioned this Maslow pyramid. We always work with the Maslow pyramid, and safety is the most important thing. That is what you said, and safety can be explained in many ways. And now we all talk about the diminished social interaction and safety in terms of trying to prevent contamination and people getting in contact with the virus. I also was quite amazed by what you said. 60% of the performance of a campus can be attributed to its physical qualities. That is basically what you said, right?
Yes, yes.
So the architectural design have a very big impact on the performance of this type of facility. And that reminded me very much of the world of hospitals. I'm myself engaged in hospitals, and this is what we talk about all the time.
Right.
And then we talk about many things. We do not only talk about the logistical side of things. Of course, if you can make a hospital logistic disaster by, for instance, doing the outpatient department in the wrong part, and then you have a complete disaster. But we also talk about design, the qualities of design. Could you be a bit more explicit about this 60%? Where do we have the quick wins?
Okay, basically there are several factors, and I can later on I'll share with this meta-analysis report as well. But there are several factors related, of course, to the temperature and its indoor air qualities and so on. But this is not that much of quick wins. But if we're talking about the quick wins that you were asking, where we can have more impact on academic achievement is by providing the students with flexibility, some autonomy for self-directed learning, opportunities to choose the places where they take their studies, and furthermore, we should pay more focus on of course, colors in the facilities and so on, and multi-localities. This seemed to be also quite a factor in explaining the differences in academic achievements as well, so that you provide these varieties of different places. Like traditionally here in Finland, we had like 30 students having the exactly same kind of desk and chairs, and later on we learned to do different kind of lecture halls, and especially the university that is now within ESCO Center, they have quite unique and pedagogy and user-driven designs for different kind of lecture halls. So they don't look traditional at all. But the question is that the teachers select always the most purposeful space related to the objective of lesson.
You do remind me to what is going on in the hospital world. You talk about the campuses as if it is a huge hospital in a way.
In a way.
And there, of course, we talk about performance, and performance in a hospital is something completely different from what it is in a campus. What is essential for the campus is education and research. And Sergei has been working on protocols and standards, and he talked about energy, he talked about safety as well, of course. And I was wondering, Sergei, did you also take into account the performance in terms of what a campus does in terms of education and research? Where is Sergei? Sergei is back.
Да, я здесь.
Yes, I'm back. Well, no, we did not focus on performance. It was rather touched upon indirectly, because one of the solutions that we used was something that you mentioned in the beginning, was counseling to students that were faced with this uncertainty and new situation. And we've noticed that the demand for counseling has grown exponentially, and the closer to September, the higher the demand was. And on the website of the Polytechnical University, we created a special section and a special button which students could press to get counseling. And it was largely, again, done remotely. And this is the part of the student work that was relevant, but we didn't look into students' performance.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that's a thing you can include in further studies. I'm sure you will not stop. You will go on and you will refine your standards and protocols. I'm looking at Natalia. I think I spent my 5 minutes. Natalia is the chief. Should we go on to the next session? You're still muted, Natalia.
Мы переходим к следующему выступающему, потому что
Yes, we go on with the next speaker. Because the previous two sections went over time and we have to move on dynamically. But still, we need to cover the topic and to give our dear participants opportunities to express themselves on the matters concerned. Wolfgang, so over to you. We've been told you have a presentation. So how do students feel now and what can we do to make them as comfortable as possible in these difficult times?
Thank you very much indeed. A warm-hearted welcome to everybody here. I'm Wolfgang Wastniak. I tried to share the screen. Can you see it? I hope so. So I'm Wolfgang Wastniak from the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. And in our working group, we coined the term safe campus, and from the perspective of medicine, safe campus means systemic protection and focused protection. So what does that mean? We have 4 core issues. The first is we have to assess the threat of the SARS-CoV-2 virus according to politically and economically independent virology and epidemiology. And we have to say that in many cases, the threat is overestimated. Medicine speaks about, for the general healthy population, about a rather mild to moderate threat. This leads us to the second perspective, the risk profiles. Focusing on the campus, we have to take the students, the teachers, and the members of staff into account. So, what does that mean? If somebody has, for example, an autoimmune disease, those measures are not at all sufficient. So the masks and so on. For the majority of the campus, those methods of social isolation, surface cleaning and so on is absolutely over the top. So might it be medicine from Harvard University, medicine from Oxford and so on, they promote, and that's also my opinion, to identify risks and differentiate. That leads us to the third point, psychosocial consequences. We know that those measures to control the spread of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, like social isolation and so on, might lead to harassment, despair, to anxiety disorders, to the whole spectrum of stress disorders, to depression, and even to suicide. This is something very, very serious we have to take into account. Number 4 is the immune system. Today we know that a good immune system is absolutely able to fight the virus. The virus is not a very, very dangerous one. We have to take that into account. But we have at the campus to try to boost the immune system. That can be, according to medical research, via cardiorespiratory fitness. We have to manage, we have to work against metabolic syndrome and obesity. We have to reduce stress. We have to take care for mental health. All those factors will support a healthy immune system which is absolutely able to fight the virus. What is the consequence? Singular and inadequate COVID-19 measures can and will cause illness, suffering, and death on the campus, like suicide. It's a challenge for us to provide humane campuses that respect life quality, good working conditions, and healthy environments. And a healthy campus must be prepared for further pandemics. Once again, the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19 illness is not a very aggressive virus. And it is very likely that in the future, we have to deal with much more aggressive viruses and pandemics. So the campus can work as a model for a socio-cultural environment and can help globally to improve public health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Indeed, these were interesting aspects that you mentioned, the new function of campuses and the campuses that would like to be most competitive will be eager to gain this function, but we'll go back to this discussion. First, I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Sokolova on the same issues to tell us how students are feeling and what can be done to make their stay as comfortable as possible in these difficult times. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for having me today. I'm really happy to be here virtually at this important event. I'm happy that students still have the floor in matters of university models and policies. I would like to exchange with you some information from the forefront and give you the opinions of the people, of students and teachers who have gone to Europe. And as a representative of the largest Erasmus Mundus cohort, Erasmus Mundus that we've already mentioned, I would like to speak on behalf of the students who continued or started their education in European countries at the moment of the pandemic. So everybody was asking what's the policy of the university in terms of the pandemic and how the students and the staff felt in terms of safety, staying on campus or inside the country where the number of infected people grew exponentially and shortly. And in terms of other health aspects, and students were also asked about their overall experience of staying abroad and how it changed and how higher education institutions best reacted to the changing environment. I would like to bring to your attention a number of important responses of students. First of all, students expressed the wish to be more engaged in the policy making against COVID-19. They're especially interested in the transparency of decision making and timely informing of every stakeholder. Many expressed the opinion that foreign exchange students have special demand for timely information about everything because they have to base their decisions on leaving or staying on this. Overall, students have also mentioned that in the EU member states, they didn't have any considerable problems with external support or information provision, even when students expected additional support when the campus rules were changing and the country rules were changing. Students who lived in dorms on the territory of the campuses and had to stay in quarantine once arrived to the country were also very much concerned about this. This second stress point was safety. Students usually say they feel safe when they're on campus with special marking, mask regime, and the premises are aired well, and the social distancing is implemented. Also, the digital booking of rooms, offices, and libraries is also a factor in safety. Many had to limit their communications with older people or people with chronic diseases or with professors, especially if they're in one of the risk groups. And for students who are in another country without any support, of course, this is a negative factor for their mental health. Students have been mentioning that policies and programs need to take into account mental health. They didn't really have many privileges, such as delay in the defense of their thesis, and their deadlines may be different for international students. They may be different from the general student population. And the focus was on safety measures rather than the billing students. Having said that, additional counseling hotlines were established, including in the English language for countries where English is not the state language. And the most suffering type of students was, of course, the students who just arrived at the beginning of the pandemic, and many programs were switched online or into blended mode, as we've already mentioned. And the restrictions that were imposed not only by the universities, but the host countries, of course, put pressure on students. And some students said that some universities wanted to forego certain events because they didn't have the desire to plan for safety measures for them, and they had a feeling of being left out and alone. And of course, all the events, if possible, should be taken to virtual mode. For instance, Belgium University, that was given as an example for first years, bachelors, for people who just started after high school, and for whom it's new experience. For people with small groups, they still kept some offline activities, and Erasmus Mundus students were given several rooms in which they could gather together through online lectures and network. In these new conditions, the only thing that students would change is some safety measures on campus and some regimes of events, because some students live alone and feel lonely when they arrive into a new country. Students noted that counseling support, such as appointing friends and mentors, have been successful strategies when asking for help. And students understand that for cultural exchange, face-to-face interaction is, of course, really important. You cannot exchange jokes in a recess, or you cannot just ask how people are doing. And having said that, the system has taught people to value communication, and students have been as supportive as possible, planning study groups if possible. And one of the important recommendations and the main concepts of any university policy in the pandemic, taking into account the internationalization of education, should be consultation with the stakeholders, in this case, students and professors, as well as transparency of decision-making and real dialogue. That is really important and necessary for any student who's away from home. I'm really happy to continue for the discussion. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Alexandra, and now over to Irina, so we could arrange final discussion. Yes, thank you so much. My name is Irina Chalsaya. I'm a student of Tümen State University, and my presentation will be presenting the perspective of students whose whole university experience has been reduced to the screen of their smartphone. Previous presenters were talking about safety of premises, but I will be talking about the trend of digital campus creation. On March 16, 2020, every media outlet of Tümen State University published an announcement about digital format, and at this point we were deprived of common spaces for information exchange and socializing. And some happy thoughts about unplanned holidays were substituted by depressing thoughts and shocks. The first shock was the information noise that we've already mentioned. Previously, as I already said, the campus had been grounds for information exchange, while during the pandemic, university media became the platforms for information exchange. And even though there were many media, the uncertainty level kept growing. Online guidelines and several sections on the university website came to our rescue with frequently asked questions. The second shock is that when we switched to remote formats, not many people were able to use online tools yet. Due to low digital literacy, we always had problems with connection and problems installing apps. Tiumen State University created digital volunteering program. Another advantage of a campus before the pandemic was always this informal communication and nonverbal communication. And students now feel that right now, professors have to talk to empty screens because students sometimes do not go online with their videos, and we lack digital ethics still. The third shock is how to work in project teams. Tiumen State University based on project approach, and even I, in my master's program, will be defending my thesis as a team project. Previously, we could gather in co-workings, discussing the progress of our work. Now, of course, we have some online formats and we adapted to them, but it's not clear how this transition will affect the result. And shock number 4 is that we have different platforms for studies now. For the first few weeks, we did Zoom lectures on WhatsApp, Viber, whatever else. Everybody had to adapt to a new platform every time. And at that point, Tiumen State University made the first step to creating a new digital campus by setting a single platform for all the educational activities, Microsoft Teams. Our university also got new formats of interacting with students, online events during which, for instance, we could do some planned internships. We also had an online championship on case solving on IT problems, robotics, and bioethics. And these online events have allowed us to understand that the campus is not limited to the university. We worked on interregional teams on the same projects with students from other universities and other countries as well. To summarize this true story report, I can tell you that the universities right now have different ideas of what a digital campus is. But as any complex ecosystem, it should have a number of components. First of all, digital ethics and norms, which we have mentioned several times. The rules and norms of interaction in digital space. The same goes to digital literacy. Secondly, we need to have shared tools and technologies. In Tiumen State University, for instance, everybody has university mail, and we have a common service for scheduling, for grading, and for various services of the university. Thirdly, must be a common platform for extracurricular and curricular activities and the community on the campus, and that shares values. So the question is, what will be the values of the new digital campus for students? In the current situation, we can say that previously the campus was a kind of infrastructural unit, buildings, premises, and now it's more about the community and the interactions. Will the new digital campus replace the brick and mortar campus? I think time will tell. And with this rhetorical question, I think I'll finish my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and for having me. Thank you so much, Irina. Do you miss the real campus? Tiumen State University has a nice one of the oldest. So Far Eastern one of the most modern ones. Far Eastern University is one of the leaders, and so is Tyumen State University. Frankly, I miss it a lot because we had great co-working spaces. And apart from great spaces, we have great students. So I personally really miss my master's peers, and I don't know how to compensate for it yet. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. We don't have questions in the chat, so maybe Corey, you have some questions so I wouldn't hog the air. We've taken up an hour more than we were supposed to.
Oh my God. But it doesn't matter that much. It's super interesting. I think we can go on to the conclusions, if you agree, of the entire day, or the entire day, the morning. I think I will keep it as short as possible. We had a very sharp, steep learning curve. We were plunged head over heels in the digital world. Then we also have huge problems due to social isolation, not only by the way of students, but also a bit of staff. For the staff, it's also very much of a problem. The challenge is now to save the campus as an intellectual hub. I think that will be the challenge of the future. We need measures we need to take emergency measures, and for that we'd have to work on protocols and standards and things like that. We talked about that. And I think we have touched upon the promises of architectural design for campus life, for increasing the performance of campus life, but also in order to promote health. Both aspects have been mentioned in this session. And we should never forget to listen to the students. The students are our primary target group. Without the students, it makes no sense at all. These last 2 points, actually 3 points, a challenge to save the campus, use architectural design and other measures as well to increase the performance of the campus in terms of health and in terms of output, scholarly outputs, and always pay attention to the students. I think that should define the agenda for the next few years, for the future. And now I think it's time to give the floor to you, Natalia, to conclude this entire session.
Thank
you so much, Cora. I'd like to thank the organizer, our distinguished organizers who have put together an interesting discussion like this, and our distinguished speakers who tried to, as concisely and concentratedly as possible, cover the developments illustrated in their particular cases and illustrated by some research results in these difficult times. And of course, all the issues brought forward, green campus, empty campus, sustainable campus, are really relevant. And of course, this is part of our environmental agenda for the next decade, even though we know that a good foundation has been laid by some particular universities in this respect. Globally, in the EU and in the Russian Federation, some groups have been formed to work on these topics, and some concrete projects enhancing the sustainability and resource saving our campuses. An important topic raised by Wolfgang is new functions of campuses, of course, because safety and all the norms that we'll be adhering to in terms of disinfecting surfaces is important. But if the campus also allows its inhabitants to take care of their health and to build better immune system, it will, of course, make a big difference in terms of making campuses more attractive to students and professors. I would like to thank everybody a lot. It's been really nice, even though we were not disciplined in terms of timing and have taken up 1 more hour. It's been a very interesting and insightful discussion. Thank you. Dear colleagues, the organizers, As dear participants of the roundtable, first of all, allow me to thank you so much for the efforts and the time that you've put into this. And I think it's been a very interesting discussion indeed. The roundtable proved very large scale, and it covered all the issues in a very integrated manner. Even for me, many things brought up today were new. They were discoveries and something to think about and to discuss once again. It's been a very informative event indeed, and I would like to address those who have joined us and are still with us. We have a lot of viewers. I think it has been useful because I think we still have time to fight COVID and to live with COVID in a way that everybody meets their interests met and ensures the high quality and effectiveness of their life. And we're happy to bring students to the center of this life and to base all the activities in higher education and science on their interests. Within the next 2 days, dear colleagues, all the presentations will be put on the website of our event. And we're planning to issue resulting documents that will be prepared in the next week and will likely be placed on the website again. And of course, right now, I would like to thank my colleague in this roundtable, Laurent Bochereau. Thank you so very much for managing to bring in such key participants in matters of education development in post-COVID times. Thank you so much for the time that you spent doing this. You're helping our region and Russia and your own universities in Russia by doing so, by discussing these issues at the most opportune time for this, when we do need answers to these questions. Dear rectors, thank you all so much as well. And thank heads of European associations and ambassadors, if they're still with us. Over to you, Mr. Bochereau.
Thank you very much, Vice Governor. And looking at the time, I will be very short. I want to join you thanking everyone for this excellent exchange of ideas. It was a very rich, and it would be very difficult to summarize at this stage. But again, many thanks to all those who prepared these events, those who spoke today, and those who viewed the event, who sent comments. We will work on a report. It will not be easy given the richness of the input, but we will try to put this into a set of conclusions and recommendations. And today was not so much the end of a process. We see this more as the beginning of a further consultation and further exchange in view of the next Erasmus program, where we would like to organize a big event. Whether it will be online, offline, blended, we will see. We will learn by then. We still have a lot to learn and to adapt. And maybe a last thing, we had the students last today, and apologies that they had to wait. And we didn't lose so many people, but we lost some people as we were going over time. Maybe next time we should start with the students and ask them to present their experience and expectations. And with this, we'd like to thank everybody again, and we will get back to you soon. Thank you very much.
Спасибо всем. Хорошего дня.
Thank you all so much and have a good rest of the day and evening for Vladivostok.